No, no, it's not, Suleiman.
Okay.
Sorry, it's showing 2 minutes and 12 seconds.
Okay, let's just see what. Let's try again. Okay, now I think it's working because some timers working on here. So we'll see. Yeah, hopefully it's working. Yeah.
There we go.
Okay, now it's working. Yeah, guys.
No,
if you can
no, it's not.
yeah, it's just a few seconds behind. Okay, guys, if you can let me know on YouTube, can you guys hear? On YouTube. If YouTube guys can let me know if they can hear, that would be awesome. Now it starts, but is it audio? Is it audio?
Yes,
working?
sir.
Yeah, now is it working? Okay, brilliant. Okay, cool. We are sorted. Okay, I think we're sorted. Okay, cool. Let's get back into the conversation here. Let's go to. So, Andrew, you think that there's going to be kinetic warfare, right?
Yes, sir, definitely. Especially after Hegseth, the little corporal, listening to him. It is hearing this morning, and you've reposted all that material that I reposted and shared. But that says a lot. Now they're throwing the E word existential around. Trump making his more of his insane comments. Oh, the blockade is great. It's going to be working. We're going to bring them to their knees. They're going to be working the blockade, which is a paper tiger. And they never will put teeth into that. They can't. They won't. As I've said several times, they're going to just start the rhetoric. They'll build up more. They're going to be some quote, and I use this word with tongue in cheek, shock and awe, blasting, blowing up stuff, but zero in effect whatsoever. And listen, we can see it. Iran ain't going to play around. They've clearly stated they're tired of this blockade silliness. We stop a ship here and there. I think they're going to escalate that up. And again, I'm not saying, oh, we're scared of Iran. No, we respect them. And the thing is, they've proven themselves over and over again. They've proven themselves to be extremely capable. We cannot, will not, have not fought their war. We cannot in the Persian Gulf. That's their playground. And we're not going to affect what we can do in the deep water, blue water Navy, because I know Trump's not going to give our submarines, plural, our SSNs, SSGNs, SSBNs authority. Well, I won't talk about SBMs to start launching nuclear ballistic missiles, but our SSNs to start sinking targets and stopping ships. It's not going to happen. So we're going to play this insane threat with the paper tiger action, the threats with no promises except blowing stuff up. And now, because of the critical weapon shortages that we now know for our long range standoff weapons, which we are now in critical supplies, and that's not just hearsay. We've had now 3 military analysts weigh in on that, the experts. So now we're going to have to get close and personal with our dumb bombs, and Iranians will start dropping our air assets out of the sky. We do not, have not, will not establish air dominance there, and or no, certainly not air supremacy, and certainly not even air dominance. So my heart goes out to any of our service members who are flying aircraft or even in harm's way, and I pray to God that a military commander will lawfully disobey and tell Trump through the chain of command, hell no, kiss my ass. Do not follow unlawful orders to put your men and have your men on suicide missions. Tell them to kiss your ass, walk out, put your paperwork on the desk and say, no, we're done with this insanity. I believe we're going to see more military officers have the moral courage to say, kiss my ass and walk out. We have to stand tall in this, stand together, and refuse orders because this is insanity. We are being dog walked into this stupidity. We are a nation that has been we are under the authority and domain of the IDF, the National Zios. We are under the Zionist regime. We're a nation that's occupied. And I'll end it there, Suleiman. Other than that, thank you, thank you, thank you. Keep fighting a good fight. Love you dearly. God bless you, and Beatrice and all the panel and the experts that you're able to get.
Appreciate that. Do you want to bring Hassan into the conversation? Hassan, hope you're doing well. How are you? Give us your
Hi,
thoughts.
Suleiman.
Give us your thoughts about what's going on.
Yeah, where is the ceasefire, Suleiman? I mean, sorry, not the ceasefire. Where's the deal that everyone's been going on about? I'm still waiting for it. Thought it
Well,
was
the
supposed to
problem.
happen like weeks ago, and then it was going to happen imminently, and it's going to end up in a deal. Well, what's going on with that? I thought everyone was predicting a deal like for the last month, 6 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is, I think a lot of people are thinking that it's not going to be kinetic anymore. Do you still think it's going to go kinetic? The concern, what people are thinking is that Trump may have changed his mind and he's not going kinetic anymore. And like nearly every single guest I spoke to now, all of the ones who thought it was going to be kinetic, whether it's Larry Johnson or David Payne or anyone else, they all don't believe it's going to be kinetic anymore. They're like, what? Like, how can Trump even go kinetic? He's not going to get anything. Like, he won't achieve anything. So, what's your thoughts on that? They all think everyone's kind of thinking that like it won't be kinetic anymore. What's your thoughts?
Well, I struggle to see how it won't, because my view has always been that it's the blue entity that dictates things, and you can see that they're pushing very hard for it to continue. I don't believe that it's up to Trump really, and they can't really accept the status quo like this. That people were discussing what's the word, like a cold war, or like kind of a pause, a war which is like continues like it is, maintains the status quo. I forgot what the term for it is, but yeah, that was what people were saying was going to happen. But I don't see how that can happen. I was watching oil today all the way through the day, and it's jumped basically almost $10 a day. At one point, it was almost $120. So it's jumped almost $10 through the whole day. $120. This can't keep going on. It's either there's two options: are defeat or war. And I think the people, if you talk to the people in the Islamic Republic, they're very they believe this. They believe the war is going to. I mean, it's going to be a kinetic war, or is going to return to a bombing campaign. That's the way they're viewing things. They don't believe that it will stop. Um, I just don't see how it can continue as it is. This is going to eventually bring huge destruction upon the global economy, and it's going to affect America bad. It's going to affect Europe really badly. Everyone's going to be suffering a lot economically, and I just don't see any other option other than to gamble again. I struggle to see how he's not going to. Either that, or he has to, submit to their demands. Yeah, I don't know. It's a difficult one, really.
I guess the question on this is when you look at you mentioned that he's got no, like he's gonna have to go in for the blue entity, but even if he was to go in, like that's it. He just like he'll run out. Like maybe he can do. I mean, looking at it at the build up and what he's got, he could probably go for another maybe 40 days, another 40, maybe say less than 50 days, let's say 2 months. He probably go like another 2 months with this current situation, um, in terms of the mass build-up that he's had. But then that means you just completely fried your entire wad of everything. You're like bare. You're basically left yourself bare.
Look, I honestly believe the Americans, the ones running the administration, don't understand the Iranians. They actually think they can bring them to their knees with enough pressure. They don't understand the idea that they're just not going to cave. They're not going to agree to their terms. They think that something is going to cause them to break. That's their calculation. That's their belief, because they're like, what is it going to take? We're just going to have to keep going. We'll strangle them economically. We'll keep bombing them. We'll decapitate the leaders. They might even take out infrastructure, in a certain way, to a certain limitation, to a certain limit, even despite the consequences, because they believe at some point they're gonna come to the table and say, all right, we'll give you what do you want. But they're not getting that. That's not going to happen. I genuinely believe this is the people that are running the administration, and the pressure they're facing from the blue entity means they're gonna go for it. I think. I just don't see. Otherwise, what's the point in doing it? What the question I ask is, what is the point in this blockade? What is the point in continuing like this if it's causing you more damage than it's causing your enemy? It doesn't make any sense. The whole thing doesn't make any sense. So you have to be building up to something, or you have to at some point try something else. and they're not going to give up. They're not going to give up on their objectives of destroying the Republic and destroying Iran as a nation. They're going to keep going for that and keep trying that whichever way they can. And so it's just about throwing the dice again over and over again. I don't think it's much more complicated than that. They really will not give up on their objective of destroying the country.
Yeah, but like I get what you're saying that in their mind the objective is to destroy Iran, but the problem you've got with that objective is it's already failed. Like this is the issue you've got. Like what else can they do other than do more of the same bombing? Like I said, they could do that for 2 months, and then they're completely out of their ability. They're out of their what? They're out of the supply. They're basically, they're in an extremely weakened spot. It means the destruction of the Gulf states. Like I'm actually in a situation. Well, I still do think it's going to be kinetic, but my point is this: I can see why everyone doesn't, because in reality, you've um, you've lost, and it's like, what do you do now? You're stuck. He is stuck. He doesn't know what to do. You can see him floundering, him trying to decide what to do, but he can't think of what to do.
Well, unfortunately, history showed us that isn't, if they're losing in Afghanistan, then they kept, you remember, if you look in Afghanistan, they kept doing these surges, right? So after 2 years, they were like, oh, we've taken over this and that, we'll get to what territory. But then they started losing it again. They're like, all right, we have to do another surge. And then every time they do another surge, you give them a very small, like, tactical victory, but then there'd be even more resistance. And then they keep repeating this pattern over and over again. And the same thing happened with Vietnam. The point is, Trump is not going to leave this war, because if he leaves this war, then it's going to be an obvious defeat, and he is not going to be able to withstand an obvious defeat. So the two options are continue the blockade and destroy the world economy and damage the American economy, or go to war and give it another go. I don't see any third option. Can you see any other third option?
I mean, the other option is he just leaves.
That's an obvious defeat, though. That's what I'm saying to you. If he just leaves it in their controls, and I mean, I guess that there's a way that he could try and spin it, but nobody's going to really buy it, and he'll always be remembered as the guy who basically went to Iran and gave him that strait and gave him control of the strait, and that's going to have ramifications for many decades, basically. So the whole outcome, I just don't see. Like, he can try and spin it, but you can see that he doesn't even believe his own rhetoric. So it just looks like a defeat, whichever way you look at it. If that's the case, if you don't double down, you have to make a point to everybody that if you mess with us as a global empire, then we're going to destroy you. And if they just walk away from this and let Iran kind of take the tolls and establish authority over the region and become more and more powerful, that's just a disaster, I think, for them. So I just do. Otherwise, what's the point? Otherwise, why are they doing this blockade? They can easily, if he wanted, if he wanted off ramp, he could have he could have not done the blockade. He could have said, all right, we're gonna the straits open. We're now going to return to normal, and then start winding down the war, changing the rhetoric. But he didn't. He doubled down and did the blockade. So it's clear that they've got no intention of leaving this, or they can't leave this. It's one of the two.
Manko, let me ask you the question, because you're like a very big MAGA supporter. If Trump was to just leave right now and say, you know what, I'm leaving, we don't care about the strait, Iran has complete control over the strait, and then Trump says, look, I won because I made them open it, and they opened it. And they're not really charging at all, but then we really know that they are. And they don't really have control over it, even though we do. Would you consider that a loss, or would you be like, yeah, whatever, like Trump's right, we still won?
No, I mean it's not. I mean it's weird to say like winning and losing and people care about that, but it's obviously it's kind of like when you look up a Wikipedia article of a war and you look for, there's a little line there that says like who won, and it'll either say mixed or it'll say see aftermath, and there will be a link. That would be the situation, because obviously Iran got very severely bombed. That is a loss for Iran, but if Trump were to walk away with Iran openly being able to just attack any ships that go through the Strait of Hormuz, sending out their boats, turning the ships away, all that stuff, so that Iran is effectively blockading Kuwait, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Qatar. All of those countries are being blockaded by Iran right now because it's not letting the ships go through. They might let like 1 or 2 ships through a day or something, but they're not. Traffic before the war was over 100 ships a day. So the traffic is like, to allow a trickle of ships, you're still blocking like 95% of the traffic. So you cannot have the war would effectively
But
not be over. There'd still be a war
but I guess that's
because
but let me just
yeah.
like kind of reframe and ask the question, because that's kind of not what I'm asking. I'm asking in a hypothetical scenario where Iran takes control over the Strait of Hormuz now, Trump leaves, Iran opens the strait, so they're not bombing people on the strait because everybody's following the rules laid out by Iran, which is you're all going to be paying $2 million each in Iranian currency. UAE has to pay more. I believe Bahrain was the other one who has to pay more. Israel's not allowed to use it at all. So nobody's getting, and it's not in Iran's interest to bomb people after Trump's left, because that would harm the kind of operations and the maritime operations within the Strait of Hormuz. I'm talking about a scenario where Iran has complete control of the strait, everyone pays toll, UAE pays more, Trump leaves, just walks away, leaves, sanctions are still on, and Trump says, "Look, I won. I made them open the strait." Would you be like,
Yeah,
"Yeah,
I
they
mean,
won,"
no,
or would you
that's
be
not an
like, "No,
open strait.
Iran won because now they have the strait"? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's not an open strait. Charging a toll is not an open strait. If there's a bridge by your house and I go to the bridge and I'm like, you have to pay me a toll now to go through, the bridge is not open. And if what happens if you don't pay the toll? Well, I push off the bridge or something. So if someone does try to run the strait without paying the toll, the obvious enforcement mechanism is that Iran would attack that ship. So the strait's very much not open. The traffic might start to increase a little, but I don't think you would ever, under any kind of tolling regime, get back to the traffic, like the pre-war traffic and stuff like that. Thus far, there have been multiple attempts to have this kind of tolling happen, and thus far, very few ships have actually been able to do it. And I don't know why that is. I'm assuming it's because the internal stuff going inside of Iran means they can't, have a stable sort of procedure for this. Because if they did, and if it worked, why aren't more ships doing it? So that aspect of it would be a win for Iran, that it has something that it didn't have pre-war. I don't know how much that would be worth. I don't know. Definitely, if you asked Iran pre-war, hey, would you like to get bombed, over 15,000 times, but at the end of the day, you'll be able to charge tolls for Hormuz. You want to take that deal? They wouldn't have taken the deal. So it's not a good deal. But they still win. They still end the war with something they didn't have before. And I don't think that any of those other countries in the region, all the Gulf countries, would possibly accept that. So it would be like Trump abandoning all of them, which is why I think he can't really do it, even though he, in his rhetoric, like kind of makes it sound like he doesn't care about Hormuz. I think he does have to care about Hormuz, because at this point, Hormuz is the only thing left in the war. If Iran opened the Strait of Hormuz tomorrow, they weren't charging tolls or anything, just like, okay, we'll open the Strait of Hormuz, then there's no more war on Iran's side. They're not doing anything further in the war, and you return to the status quo before the war from their side. But, Trump isn't really trying to get that, which is weird to me, because Trump always talks about how he wants to just have what's called a white peace, where we fought, we're just going to go back to how things were before. But when Iran says, well, what if you stop your blockade on us and we stop our blockade on everyone else? Trump's like, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to hold out and use my blockade on you as leverage for a nuclear deal. Well, then what leverage does Trump have for opening the Strait of Hormuz? And the answer is nothing, because the only thing he's doing is the blockade on Iran, and he's already said, I want to save that for the nuclear deal. Okay, well then you have no leverage, and so the Strait of Hormuz just stays closed indefinitely until you start bombing again, which is why I've said for like ever since this dumb ceasefire started, which I was against from the beginning, all this does is drag the war out. And the only way to end the war is for Trump to escalate the bombing on Iran until it reaches a pain threshold where it's like, okay, fine, holding the Strait of Hormuz is not worth this, so we're willing to let go of it. Like
So
a
just
pit bull that's like biting on a baby, and you have to like keep smacking the pit bull with his stick until it lets go or something.
so just on that. So if Trump was to restart the bombing campaign, right, as per what you're suggesting, I think based on the current supply, maybe they can go for like 2 months. Maybe slightly longer, but not much more longer, and then they will be severely depleted. Um, what happens after? And by the way, most reporters say Trump's only planned to do something if he does for like a week or so. Just to let you know on that. So I guess first question. Actually, let's do each question at a time. What's your thoughts on if Trump only does it for a week and then we're back into the same situation?
Yeah, I mean, I don't anticipate. I mean, so the big issue with Trump bombing or escalating bombing is what targets does he bomb and how many targets are there, and that's kind of dictating how long it goes. So, for example, the power plants in Iran, you could take out 80 to 90% of the power generation capacity in Iran with a single day of bombing. I looked this up. I did research on it. There are less than 100 power plants providing the vast majority of the energy. There's a lot more power plants. There's like maybe 500 total, but a lot of them are very small and provide an insignificant amount of energy compared to the big plants. So if he wanted to, for example, take out the power plants, that's a one-day operation. So the question is, the length of the bombing is dictated by what it is you're trying to take out. If you want to take out every bridge, I don't know how many days that takes, but it depends on what kind of bridges you're going after. If you're going after like a little bridge over a creek, I'm sure there's many of those. But if you're talking about major bridges, I'm sure they don't have, a huge number of those. So he'd probably, and the whole reason he did the ceasefire is that he ran out of the targets that he decided he wanted to hit at the beginning of the war. Hegseth told him, okay, well, we've done those targets. What targets you want us to hit now? Here's the ones I want to hit. And Trump's like, no, 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 no. I think we're done now. And he just wanted to sort of try to push his frame on Iran of we want a white peace. And Iran said, no, we're going to deny you that. We're not going to go along with that. We're not going to let you just bomb us for a month. And then now you want to stop. And we're like, okay, thank you, sir. So it comes down, I think Trump really doesn't want to do it for political reasons. For military reasons, there's no issue. But I think Trump you saw it with his freak out before he extended the ceasefire, where he's like, oh my God, it's going to end the civilization. I think Trump really believes that if he escalates the bombing and does things like take out the bridges and the power plants, that this is going to have these like really harmful ramifications on the Iranian people. And he doesn't want to do that because he wants to be able to work with the Iranians in the future, et cetera, et cetera. And he's really got himself stuck here. And I think Israel is screaming at Trump. I saw a post earlier today that Trump and Netanyahu were supposed to have a call today. I guarantee you Netanyahu is on the phone with Trump screaming at him like, come on, we need to bomb Iran, because Israel understands that the war's never going to end if there's no escalation. Because at present, Iran, not the United States and Israel, is in the dominant position because the US is blockading Iran, right? Well, how much trade does Iran do compared to Iran is blockading every other country in the Gulf? And how much trade do they do? And the answer is they do many, many, many times more trade than Iran. So the economic harm that Iran is inflicting on all the other countries is like probably 10 times what the US is doing to Iran. So why wouldn't Iran agree to that trade? if the theory of victory is we're going to inflict enough economic damage on the world economy that the world economy is going to have to make a deal with us in order to stop the pain, then why wouldn't they make the trade of we blockade this very large amount of trade and Trump blockades a small amount of trade on us, right?
So just coming back to the point, uh, just come back to the point that we. So, I mean, in terms of the power plants, obviously, I don't think it'll take a day, but whatever, however long it takes. The point is, it won't take a huge amount of time if you were to target it, but then Iran would target the Gulf states, and cause Trump's personal wealth has a lot of personal hidden wealth there and also non-hidden wealth there. That's the reason he's protecting the Gulf states a lot as well. So that's an additional factor that you need to take into consideration. But separate to that, the point still, I guess the question mark here is 1 week of bombing won't get the job done in terms of from a military perspective. Now you're talking about him using that week to bomb Iranian key domestic infrastructure, and if he was to do and not military assets, which is basically essentially the Trump and American and Israeli way. So I understand that you'd be thinking like that, but as I said, Iran can respond and do the exact same thing. So coming back to the Gulf states, but coming back to it in terms of being able to stop the Iranian military capability, which I thought this was what the war was about. Quite clearly, you demonstrated it wasn't really ever about that. I know that they have the ability to do that. If they were to go for the military targets, even by their own admission, they only ever hit up to 50%. And Iran was able to recover at least about 20% of that immediately in the ceasefire. So, and as you know, if you were to take out 50, the last 50 always take a lot longer. So if it took them 40 days, even according to their own estimation, it would take them 2 months, 3 months to even take out. And now they've it'll take them 2, 3, 4 months to try and get there, but they'll run out of supplies again as per what they did in the previous one. Hence, they needed the bit of break and the reloading. And so that's what Trump's basically trying to calculate, that he can do that, but he's not going to achieve his objective. He can remove the blockade, but he's not going to achieve his objective. He can come to an agreement with Iran, but then Israel's not going to achieve his objective, and that's where he's stuck. And so I guess I'm trying to ascertain from you, but I guess you're basically saying, and I think this is what all the commentators say, that regardless of what Trump says or does, you still see this as a victory. So for Trump's perspective, he can just agree to anything Iran asks for, right? Because you will still see it as a victory.
No,
In what scenario would you not see as a victory?
I said definitely. I said it would be mixed. It would be in some ways a defeat for both sides, and in other ways a victory for both sides. But I think if Trump were to walk away in that scenario, it puts Iran in an unprecedented better position that has never happened before in history, where you're just giving them this huge benefit at the end of a war that I think in that scenario, Trump cannot, if he tries to say, oh, well, we won. No, you didn't, because when you win, you impose your will on the enemy. And at the end of this war, sure, the US and Israel imposed their will on Iran in some ways, but now Iran is imposing its will on the rest of all of the Gulf states. And so that's not a clear win. It's actually Iran winning in some ways as well. So I don't think he could do that. Like, I don't think he could do it politically. I don't think the world would accept it. It would cause a huge mess. I know he likes to talk about all this stuff because he likes to mess with people's minds. A lot of Trump's tweets are more about like trying to manipulate people and mess with their heads and change the frame and stuff like that. But yeah, I think that would be something that would be completely unsustainable. I just think there's too many people in the world and there's too many interests in the world that would absolutely, completely not accept that, and they would all be screaming at Trump to resolve that situation. And if he didn't, then it would cause a big crisis in the confidence and legitimacy of American hegemony. How can you claim that America is a superpower? How can you claim that America has hegemony over the world if Trump can go swat the hornet's nest in Iran and then walk away and leave Iran in control of the Strait of Hormuz when freedom of navigation of the seas is one of the foundational pillars, if not the biggest foundational pillar of American hegemony all over the world.
But even based on what you're saying, when you're like, oh, guess what? Like America got some wins and Iran got some, like that's still for Trump's mind good enough because he can use that to try and get his MAGA audience to be like, yeah, we won. So if anything,
But Suleiman, Americans do not tolerate stuff like this. Joe Biden's biggest drop in approval, which was permanent, was when he pulled out of Afghanistan in an embarrassing way that made America look weak and look embarrassed. Like doing that to Americans pisses Americans off. And ending this war where Iran has like some wins and where it has this sort of unprecedented control of Hormuz and is going to be able to dictate to the other countries in the region, which is kind of what it wanted to do anyway, and kind of what preventing that was kind of the point of what Trump and Israel were doing anyway, like trying to break down Iran so that it couldn't be expansionist and stuff. That makes Trump look like a loser in the eyes of many Americans, and it makes America look weak in the eyes of many Americans. So he is, and this is why I said he's going to be sooner or later forced to escalate, which is why I think it's dumb that he's dragging his feet and taking so long, because every day that he waits is a day that everything just is going to take longer. Like the wars, if he started bombing a month ago, maybe the war would be over now. But I guarantee you that since he hasn't bombed for a month, the war is going to take a month longer because of that. Because Iran's never going to end it. Like if we just end it right now with the status quo, Iran will just keep this up forever. They'll control the Strait of Hormuz forever. They'll complain about the American blockade, but at the end of the day, they're not going to like start launching attacks over it or anything because they don't want to restart the escalation. They'll just keep Hormuz, and they'll be like, okay, well, since we have Hormuz, how can we leverage that to undermine the American blockade? And they'll try to figure things out that way. And overall, I mean, I don't see the shipping actually increasing again anytime soon. I mean, unless there was like a deal where Trump gave Iran legitimacy for, okay, you will control the Strait of Hormuz now, and in exchange, we're going to get these other things, which is, again, I think a deal that the world won't allow Trump to make. But if he were to make that deal, then Iran would be able to like actually get the traffic back up. But until that happens, I don't see there being more than like 10 ships a day, like on the high end. Oh, and one last thing. We are not, I know a lot of people have been claiming this, we're not going to run out of bombs anytime soon. We've used like 2% of our JDAM arsenal. And although they used very heavily, like a lot of high-end weapons, a lot of the higher ticket Iranian defenses were destroyed already. They do have a lot of defenses left that is more oriented toward like guerrilla warfare, ambush attacks and stuff like that, like they did, like we saw them do. But the main reason that the U.S. couldn't destroy the entire Iranian military is that obviously after the first day, the Iranians realized it would be a lot better to not symmetrically fight and to asymmetrically fight. And that means hiding. That means like going underground, things like that, to preserve.
Has he cut off? Is it just me?
He cut off.
Oh, you must have got a call from the Mossad.
Where Iran focuses on keeping most of it intact, and they would succeed in keeping most of it intact because it's hard. It's hard to find things like ground-based, like a single, you could have a ground-based SAM that's just a single truck. It could hide, it can hide in a cave. Like it's hard to be able to find these, and we know that because we already did this with Saddam for a long time in Iraq, where we had a huge air campaign trying to hunt all of Saddam's air defenses over the course of years. And it wasn't when they're like the after action reports that did the history that talked about like those campaigns, it was generally not successful because the Iraqis were good at camouflaging and hiding their stuff, and they rarely brought it out. They would take some shots and then they would run in and they would hide it again, and they were generally successful. We hit some of them, but the vast majority of it survived. So I would see the same thing as generally happening in every air war unless you had a massive advancement in technology where like the satellites got much better or something, but we're not there yet. So I think it's more of the same as far as that goes. I do think Iran would eventually be willing to make a
What
deal if they
what
were bombed severely. I don't. That's the only way I see the war ending.
Yeah. What about from your perspective, from the MAGA perspective, in terms of the uranium? What would you consider a win? Would it be 0%? Would it be something slightly better than the JCPOA? What would be a victory for you guys?
The main problem with the JCPOA is that it expired. So even if it kept Iran under a certain set of rules for a period of time, it started to expire after like 10 years. And the JCPOA was like, what, 2014, 2015? So it would be expired by now. And Iran would basically have permission to go and do whatever it wanted now and over the next few years under the JCPOA. And I think that was the main problem with it. When they're saying 20 years, what they're basically saying, like you said earlier, is 20 years is practically the same as saying you could never have a bomb, because in 20 years' time, everyone else in the region is going to be so far advanced, the technology will be changed. Like a lot happens in 20 years, maybe AI will change the way the world works, etc., that it will be an irrelevant issue. And then also everyone knows that if it's not an irrelevant issue, and if suddenly everyone is scared of Iran getting a bomb again in 20 years, they're just going to do the war again and bomb them again. So
So, just to clarify, so you would consider a win if they did the 20 years, if they got a agreement similar to the JCPOA, but it didn't have but then the JCPOA, that had a limit on it. It was, what was it, 10 years? I think it was 10.
yeah, they started to expire in 10 years and it was completely expired in 15
Yeah,
years.
so
There were like
you're
different
okay with a
provisions.
20-year agreement?
Well, it would be like 20 years, but I think if they do
It's 5
20
years.
years, what they're basically doing is pushing the horizon out so far that Iran cannot continue to hold on to it as a strategy. The problem with
But
the
it's 5 years.
JCPOA
Is
is they
5 years
let the
such a big thing for you?
well, the thing with 5 years is
From
that
15 to
if
20.
you have a situation where Iran can get a bomb after 5 years,
No,
they're
no,
definitely
no.
going to wait the
The
5 years to get the bomb.
JCPOA, the JCPOA is 15, wasn't it? And you're saying 20. I'm saying, is 5 years that much of a difference from 15 to 20?
Well, I think practically speaking, after 10 years, they were going to be able to do a breakout within a relatively short time, from what I was reading about it. So I think that, and remember, that was the JCPOA is over 10 years ago. So we would already be at the point of Iran probably having a bomb like right now. And it would be like legit for them to have it because the agreement essentially let them have it after a period of time. Like it took off the restrictions after a period of time. So, um, look, ideally, I think here's what I think. If you actually are talking about like what a win is for the United States, it is the best outcome is that they take the uranium out of Iran.
All of it.
They like all of the stuff, unless like all of the highly enriched stuff for
So
sure.
all the
Maybe not like some of the
60%.
really, yeah, the 60% stuff and the stuff
What about
that's
the
between
20%?
like, yeah, anywhere, any of that kind of range. The higher enriched stuff, maybe not like the 3% or something like that, might not matter so much.
Mm.
But they take the bulk of it out because Iran has a lot more. They've got a lot of uranium. It's just at different levels.
So just to
And
clarify, for you, you would consider it a loss if America doesn't get the 60% enriched uranium. What about if they got them to dilute it, but they didn't get it themselves?
yeah, I mean, if it's done under some kind of supervised way where they can
Cool.
guarantee that it
Understand.
actually was
So
diluted,
for
I
you,
think people would
un-
accept that probably.
understood. So for you, a win for America would be dilution and or removal of 60% uranium, 20, anything above like basically around 5% uranium. And then for there to be a minimum of a 20-year cap where they're not allowed to enrich uranium and any more uranium, and then they can keep the few percent that they've got already is basically, and anything that is worse than that would be a loss, right?
Yeah, like they have more than enough uranium to use in their few reactors for like, I mean, the amount of uranium
No,
they
that's
have is
fine,
way
but you
more
would
than they need
consider
for that.
that a if as long as that deal happened, you'd consider that a win. But if that deal didn't happen, you'd consider it a loss.
I mean, it's going to be judged as, does this deal actually stop Iran from getting a bomb where they can't just, cheat on it easily, or you have to worry about all the constant inspections, stuff like that. So I think if it's a deal where it
I'm
really
just, I
does look
guess,
like
okay, let me
it's
reframe this to
effective.
you. The reason I'm asking the question is this, because you're like a MAGA guy, right? And I'm trying to ask you,
I mean, I'm
prove.
not. I'm an American nationalist right winger. I support Trump when he follows that ideology. I do not support Trump when he doesn't. So
I think
I'm
you do.
not like a blind supporter of Trump. I criticize him
I
all the
think you do
time.
support him on things that even I don't fall into those parameters.
Hey, Suleiman,
But
can I interject, please, if you don't mind?
no, you can't. You can wait.
Suleiman, I feel like this is just becoming a circle jerk conversation. I mean, Mancos was mentioned.
Okay, let me drop you. Just a lack of respect, like.
Hey, wow, man, who is that?
Just a nobody with a no profile. So coming back to the question I was asking, I guess the reason I'm asking you this question is that I'm trying to ascertain, because I feel like when it comes to MAGA, they will say it's a win irrespective of what the situation is.
Well, there are
And
some people who
so,
do that.
well, I think there'll be
I wouldn't.
and so this is why I'm trying to hone in on you in order to get something from you where you'd be like, okay, this would be the point where I would think it's not a win, and not something that's crazy, but like what would be like a point where you'd be like, okay, actually, we failed on the Strait of Hormuz, so you've kind of give us a parameters on that. We failed on the enriched uranium, and if you were to give parameters on that, then we could be like, okay, Manko, you kind of said this, and how is it a win? Because the reason I'm asking you is because, like, later after 20 years, if Trump does the blaggings like, I won, you come on the space and be like, oh, we won, and I'll be like, but Manko, you didn't say this would be a win before. Is the reason I'm asking you this question.
Yeah, I would say the absolute minimum would be that all the uranium. This is like the worst. Like if you have a negotiating position, just like if you go in with like a legal mediation or something, you settle a case. You want a certain amount of money. You're trying to get that amount of money, but then you have like a minimum you would accept. So the minimum that I would say I would accept would be something like 20-year ban on enrichment, and the stockpiles being diluted down to whatever the lowest amount is that they need for their reactors. So if that's like 3%, 5%, whatever it is, that I would say would be. And this would also entail, since they can't have any enrichment, this would entail removing the centrifuges and the stuff, so that like it's not like they just throw some tarps over them and they're like, oh, we just won't use them for 20 years. No, they're going to have to actually take the enrichment facilities offline and dismantle them, so that they can't just secretly turn them back on again at some point. But that is what I would say would be the minimum.
Cool. Fair enough. Okay, let's bring Andrew into the conversation. Andrew, hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts.
Yes, thank you, Suleiman. Mangles, you said, oh, taking out the Iranian power grids would not be a problem militarily. Well, maybe that would not be a problem if two factors. One, if the United States had some semblance, and don't stop me and interrupt me, please. If the United States had some form of military air dominance, which we don't, and then we will have to use the dumb bombs. Yeah, the JDAM's coming in closer, but also something very, very serious and disturbing. I think you're aware, you're a lawyer. I, as a military commander, if I was to receive an order to take out and destroy a civilian utility structure, okay, that's going to take out civilian water supply. They'll lose hospital supply. This is a life-threatening. This is a war crime, sir. I would say, kiss my ass. I'm not going to go kill innocent civilians and take out their water supplies and stuff like that. That's not a military target, sir. That's despicable. Not saying you're despicable, but to claim that a military would do that is despicable. And that's why Trump had someone telling him, hell no, we're not going to do that. If America does that, we need to be taken to a tribunal. Every officer that follows that order needs to be taken up and summarily executed. They need to disavow that. That is a war crime, sir, to do that. So,
Okay,
and
but
also,
we did it in
okay.
Iraq twice.
Well, okay, we could go on and on about that. About did we do that in Iraq twice? Those target. Now, I'm not going to talk about something I don't have in front of me. I don't have the knowledge of that, but I know
Yeah,
for a
Andrew, I
fact,
think.
sir, that's a Geneva Convention.
Yeah, but
I'm
Andrew,
sorry.
I
Go
think
ahead.
you've got this kind of, what's the right way to say it? This kind of like positive view on the way maybe the American military may act, but evidence suggests that in the last 20, 30 years, they do follow commands, and those commands do result in the murder of a lot of people. And maybe one or two or a few of them will reject it and go to, basically be removed or whatever it is. But largely speaking, you always have someone who's willing to carry out those attacks, and hence why we saw them kill millions of people in Iraq. We saw them displacing so many people, and the last 20, 30 years is a prime example of that, but not just the last 20, 30 years. I mean,
Well, and on top of that, Suleiman, is if there are controversial targets, the easy way for Trump to kind of get away from the conundrum of dealing with that is to just let Israel do it. Just be like, oh,
Yeah, I
we're
don't even
not going to
think
touch
that they
that.
need to
That's
do
too
that though.
dirty for
But
us.
I
But then the
disagree with you on
Israelis
that.
will do it.
But you're agreeing with Andrew, because I don't agree with that. I think that if Trump was to tell the American military that, look, here is the target, blow up this nuclear plant, you may get one or two people who may say, no, we don't want to carry that order, but you will find a huge proportion of them willing to carry out that order, and they will carry out that
No,
order.
I agree with you.
Yeah. But Andrew, that's what I'm saying.
And
Andrew,
if they don't, they go to prison, because if you disobey orders, that's insubordination and it's a crime under the UCMJ. You're going to go to prison for it.
yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if it's going to be done forcefully or not, or whatever it is, but they will carry out those orders. But Andrew, you don't think they would?
No, yeah, no, exactly. There will be some that will, but they should disobey that. Well, resign. Say disobey the order. Say,
Oh,
now I
I get
resign
you.
and
So
follow
if
that.
you're saying they should, yeah, of course we agree with you. Ethically, morally, they should.
Yeah,
But
that's right.
will they?
Yeah,
I
they
don't think
should.
they. I
Will
don't.
they? Oh, there's going to be, of course. We have unprecedented evidence of that. Officers following unlawful orders and saying, "Oh, but I was following orders, sir." And I know, we understand that the Geneva Convention is a joke. We understand that Israel has taught the Americans how to do that. They're even infiltrated our police systems, and I won't even go into that. But the point is, I don't cannot even imagine the United States doing a systematic, because Mangos does his research, and he said there's over what I think he said about 100 Mangos, about 100 targets.
There's,
Okay, if they
yeah.
that would literally you're not talking about one or two. You're talking about taking them all out. You're talking about going, and you don't think that Iran's going to retaliate? The GCC won't be in existence. And you don't think Russia won't stand by idly and just watch that happen, or China? Oh, man, well, Mangos, and this is the only thing you and I agree on. Will we enforce that blockade? And we agree they won't. Could they? Yes. We could start dropping targets left and right, but we won't do it because we know the ramifications. So I think
Wait, I
we're
want
going
to
to
ask
come
you this,
to.
Andrew. So, Andrew, if the United States, if Trump walks away and he leaves Iran in control of the Strait of Hormuz, what does that do to this sort of guarantee that the U.S. has of the freedom of navigation of the seas?
It's gone in that region, sir. And we know that. You see where I'm going with this, right? We don't have any control in the Persian Gulf. We haven't had it, well, we haven't had it for years, but we finally have not had it for the past going on, 61 days now. We don't have it. There's no fifth fleet. There's no fifth fleet. That fifth fleet is gone. You know where I'm going with this, right, Magos? We
Well, it
cannot,
means
will
that,
not.
I mean, how can America have hegemony if the U.S. Navy cannot guarantee like that people can do trade in the seas? Like, and this is a huge amount of trade. This is the
Yes,
whole region.
yes, yes. I'm glad we're talking about this. This is Hey, you've read Alfred or read about or heard about Alfred T. Mahan's sea power. The Royal Navy, remember? That's why, I've talked about, about that, right, Suleiman? We talked about this. Any nation that has the strongest navy in the world will dominate the world. The Navy is what opens and dominates the world. The Earth is 70% water. We're taught that from day one, lesson 101, basics. We have to read, study sea power. And Mancos is correct. If a Navy cannot keep open lines, we call it sea lines of communication. If you cannot establish naval dominance in the world, and that means the world, then you have no power. We've lost our hegemony. It's game over already, Mangles. We've already lost that. That region is not in our control. I'm not talking out of my ass, sir. We have not had it. We lost it 60 some days ago. The Fifth Fleet split. If we really had that hegemony, if we really had that control, would the strait be closed? No, sir, it would not. So the only thing that's going to open it is to completely obliterate, wipe out Iran and its existence. Will that happen? No, sir. We know that's not going to happen. We know we're not going to go through a full-blown, complete nuclear holocaust. We're not there. So that means we're now in a geopolitical shift, we're now in this new global, new world order. And I think that's what we're seeing. And I'm sad too. Mangos, oh no, America, we're not the great power we used to be. Now we're in this new, complete new world order. That's what's happened. Past tense, Mangos. I know it's hard to do. It's happened. Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Iran values controlling the Strait of Hormuz at some certain level. We don't know what it is. We're just going to call that X. That Iran places a certain value of controlling and closing the Strait of Hormuz. In order to get Iran to give that up, you have to be able to inflict at least X+1 on Iran and make the decision makers there believe that it would be more costly to hold on to it and continue to get bombed versus letting it go so the bombing stops.
Agreed. But keep it going, and then, sir, you don't think that we know there'll be retaliation?
No, there will. Listen, I think the GCC countries are telling Trump, we want you to go ahead and do the escalation, even though we know we're going to suffer a lot of damage, because they care that much about the Strait of Hormuz being open, because they're suffering extraordinary amounts of damage every day from the Strait of Hormuz being closed. So even if Iran did $50 billion of damage to the UAE, how many billion of dollars of damage will it take if the Strait of Hormuz is closed another month? And eventually you get to the point where the UAE and these other countries are just willing to take the pain of getting hit by hundreds of drones.
Manko, just another question on that. By the way, I hold the position that the GCC is one block and Saudi controls it. But let's say you don't hold my position and you think that there is these conflicting perspectives and conflicting ideas and thoughts. And by the way, guys, I know people actually know one in the chat is, but that guy who came up was crying about the conversation. I think it's a really important conversation to have, because once you understand the perspective of MAGA, then it gives you an idea of what Trump may or may not do. Because if he thinks MAGA is going to accept X, he'll do X and he'll go to whatever they accept. So that was a very good conversation for you to realize that what they may or may not accept, and then what could be Trump's decision making. And I think Manko is one of the more smarter MAGA followers. But in terms of coming back to it, Manko, if you don't see the GCC as one block, yesterday's decision by the UAE to leave OPEC kind of slapped Saudi Arabia quite hard. And so if you were Saudi, currently with the strait being closed, you're probably the least harmed out of the GCC countries. They've able to 50%. They've been able to continue on with their oil production. 50% is a big loss still, but at least they continue on with 50%. And when you look at the extra increase in premium, you're probably looking at a much lower percentage loss. And so, would you not want to continue this going in the sense of you weaken the rest of the GCC and continue you weaken, but not to the same extent everybody else does?
Yeah, Saudi Arabia is harmed the least because number one, it has the coastline and the port.
No, but that's my point. So they wouldn't want, because you're saying they're begging Trump for Kinetic, and I'm saying actually the most powerful GCC may not be wanting Kinetic. They may want the current situation to continue because it weakens the rest of the GCC while strengthening them.
It hurts Saudi Arabia the least, but it still does hurt Saudi Arabia a lot. Saudi Arabia could probably within like 6 months to a year mitigate a lot of this further by like quickly trying to build out more infrastructure and move more things through the country, because a lot of the infrastructure and a lot of the like stuff to actually push out the trade goods are all set up in the north to leave through the Gulf. They could try moving more and more of that through if you give them enough time, but that's going to be a very expensive process, and they're also going to be losing a lot of money during that process. And so it still does hurt them. It just doesn't hurt them proportionally as much as some of the other countries that have no other alternatives. I could see in the future if Saudi Arabia was ready for it, like if they built out infrastructure to eliminate their dependency on the Gulf, that might take a few years. But let's say they go ahead and do that, and then there's a future confrontation. I could see Saudi Arabia taking the view that they actually don't even care, that they're just like, okay, we're not willing to lift a finger to support opening the Strait of Hormuz. But I don't think they're there yet. They're hurt less, but they're still hurt a lot because they also have more to lose. Like Saudi Arabia had the most exports as well.
Yeah. Okay, let's get Wolf in. Wolf, jump in.
Hey, what's up, guys? Good afternoon. Um, Regarding to the war, my personal opinion, I think I think the world that we were before the war isn't the same world that we're gonna find after the war. I think Trump is gonna make a deal. It's kind of gonna be like sort of like the Afghanistan playbook where he makes the deal and somebody else just picks up the pieces. Uh, I think I think in my opinion, Iran has two. Well, they have they have two options. I think they're gonna make a deal with, especially with the Strait. Um, there is gonna be more of a. It's not gonna be more of a Hey, we control the Strait. It's probably gonna be more of a we control. Like, we're gonna control the Strait for a period of time to probably get some sort of reparations to fix our country, because they did get bombed. Like, we did bomb the shit out of their country, so we're not gonna be able to give them reparations. So they're gonna have to get it some way. And then after that period of time, maybe it's some sort of like OPEC esque organization where them, Saudi Arabia, and the other Gulf countries probably control the strait and tax it, and they all get a piece of the pie from that. I think that's how it probably ends, in my opinion. But as far as U.S. hegemony, I think that is pretty much over. Like, we can protect ourselves, but as far as us guaranteeing other nations, like, hey, if this happens to you, we got your back. Outside of the Western Hemisphere, I think that's pretty much done. So that's just my personal opinion on it.
So you think Iran would agree to share in the Strait with the Gulf countries? That's crazy. You think that?
Yeah,
Explain.
I think so. I think so. Just in the essence of peace, and because this war can't keep going forever. We can't keep bombing them, and because again, Trump started this war. He started this war with a bunch of victims chained to his leg, and the victims are the GCC countries. So whatever we do to them, they do to the GCC countries. And there's nothing the GCC countries can talk a big game about what they can do or what they will do. They can't do shit to them. This is the same people they were literally bombarded by chemical weapons for like 8 straight years with Saddam Hussein, and they survived that and won the war and took territory from Saddam Hussein. So they can't they can't do shit to them. So I mean, in the essence of peace, I think, okay, they form some sort of political body, and they all just reap the benefits from taxing the Strait of Hormuz. That's just
Hey, real quick, Suleiman, did you see the news that a United Airlines flight in San Diego got hit by a drone?
No, I didn't see that. What was that? Explain.
I'll send it to you. So United Airlines flight 180, a Boeing 737, crashed into a drone over San Diego at 3,000 feet this morning. There's no way something like that happens on accident. And drones are actually, a normal drone can't even go that high. And there are FAA rules that also restrict their ceiling. So this seems like it might be some kind of an operation. So I'll send you the link.
What do you think? It's an Iranian drone?
I mean, it's someone. It could be some like a terrorist type person. It could be Iranian, could be Chinese, but I guarantee you, it's not like just some kid or something.
Could be Israeli.
That's true. It could be an Israeli dressed up as an Iranian.
Yeah, true. Nasser with the super chat, which says, "Free Palestine, don't forget about them." Yeah, we'll never forget about them. So yeah, appreciate you. Let's go to let's see who's on here. Gigi. Gigi, do you agree with Wolf? He said you're going to give the straight up to the Gulf states.
Oh no, forget about that. I have a few words. Thank you, Suleiman, for bringing me up. I have a few word and few question for Manko. So Manko, just straight me. I mean, I'm really not getting it. So for a MAGA, very educated, very accomplished man like you, to be happy and to give the carte blanche to the orange monster, you have to take out all the power plants of Iran, all the bridges. I mean, America has to take all of that, plus killing more children and bombarding more schools. That's how you guys will be happy and give carte blanche
No one said anything
to your
about schools.
fueler to stop.
Well, I mean, I think that the whole idea is to destroy as little as possible, as long as you could get the Iranian government to see reason. So he doesn't have to destroy all the power plants in one day. He could destroy some of them and say, "Well, I'm going to keep destroying power plants until you guys, stop blocking the Strait of Hormuz or something." And then continue doing it until the Iranian government says, "Okay, okay, okay, you destroyed enough." It's kind of like shooting the hostages.
Okay, so for Iranian government to come to the reason, when they were sitting in negotiation with Omanis in 28th of February, being bombarded, and they were actually agreeing for everything that the negotiation team
I
were
mean, not
asking
according to
for.
the Americans.
Yeah,
According to
but
the Americans, they weren't agreeing with anything.
well, it was not American negotiating there. They were the agent of Netanyahu negotiating, and Iran never wanted or is after nuclear. They don't. It's against the ideology to use nuclear on anyone. It's a fatwa against it. The only reason they have nuclear is because they were pressed, because there were sanctions against them, against us. I mean, I feel I'm Iranian, although I haven't been there for so long. But you're telling me that for them to come to reason, which they were the only reasonable party in this war, they have to actually suffer to destroying all their infrastructure and killing more of their innocent people and completely go black and in dark.
Well, I mean, if they just stopped attacking innocent civilian ships trying to go through the Strait of Hormuz, the war would be over and there would be no more attacks on Iran.
So when you are attacked by two powerful countries, Israel and America, and you've been bombarded, and your schools are the first thing that is taken away, and the only winning card you have is that the Strait of Hormuz to close, what would you do? The question
Yeah,
was for you, Manko. What
yeah,
would you
so
do when they are
I,
bombarding you and you
I heard
don't
you.
have all this stuff that the opponent has? What would you do?
So I have said from the very beginning of the war that closing the Strait of Hormuz was a terrible strategy that would backfire on Iran. The IRGC obviously disagrees with me. I think the political leadership of Iran agreed with me. They never wanted to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed. There were multiple occasions throughout the month of March where the political leaders would say, we're opening the Strait of Hormuz. Maybe they put conditions. Maybe they say no U.S. and Israeli ships, but they would generally open the Strait of Hormuz to most ships. And then the IRGC would just overrule them and veto them and say, no, we're not doing that, and humiliate the political leadership by counteracting them. And then the political leadership had to back down. So I think the smart people in Iran know it's a bad strategy. It's sort of like kind of almost like throwing a tantrum. The problem is it makes Iran a pariah in the entire world. It makes them the enemy of the entire world. It causes them to inflict damage on the entire world, and to inflict damage the least on like the US and Israel, because the US and Israel don't really use the Strait of Hormuz. They use it very little compared to all the other countries in the world. So it doesn't really help Iran unless you believe that by inflicting economic harm on the rest of the world is going to somehow pressure Trump and make Trump agree to very unfavorable terms that Iran could then cause, like, say, is a win and save face or something. And I just think that's a crazy and delusional idea to have, because number one, the world just doesn't have that kind of ability to pressure or control Trump. He does whatever he wants, and he doesn't really listen to the rest of the world. I think most people would agree with that. And number two, it just makes, usually when you hurt people, especially if they feel that they're stronger than you, and the rest of the world is obviously a lot richer and a lot stronger than Iran collectively, instead of them being like fearful and submissive and bowing down to you, they tend to get angry and they tend to want revenge. And I think what Israel wants in the war is, Israel doesn't even want a deal. Israel just wants to bomb Iran into the Stone Age, keep Iran as poor as possible, as destitute as possible, follow the sort of North Korean model, and keep Iran politically and economically completely isolated. And closing the Strait of Hormuz plays directly into Israel's strategy and helps Israel win, because it gets all the other countries ready and on board to condemn Iran, to all join into harsher sanctions and all these other things, to diplomatically
But
and
that's not
politically
true,
isolate.
Manko. So you said that the closure of the Strait of Hormuz makes Iran politically, sorry, economically isolated. And actually, before this war, Iran was largely speaking economically isolated. And then those who did trade with them, such as China, would take advantage of them and get discounts. Now you've got a scenario where many of these countries who would not even speak with Iran or negotiate with them are now having to negotiate with them. So America's closest allies are now having to go behind America's back to make deals with Iran. So what the Strait has done is actually open up a number of economic and trade avenues and conversations with countries that never would have to do so. So for example, Japan, just a couple of days ago, paying Iran, negotiating the release of the oil, 2 million barrels, more than what they got from America. I know America put it on the, they put it, I know Trump, like, Americans were like, Fox News, this barrels go to Japan, and it was like 800,000 or 900,000 barrels, and this one ship had almost double, triple of that. I mean, I disagree with you in terms of that. I think the Strait is actually, if anything,
Did you read,
economically
Suleiman, did you read that ship?
it has economically removed Iran from isolation, and now they're being put in the forefront a lot more. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I would say, I read a thing that said, and I don't know if this is true, so maybe you heard it or not, that the reason Iran let that ship through was because a long time ago, when the British had an embargo on Iran, a Japanese ship from the same company actually violated that embargo and had a diplomatic incident against the British, in order to actually go and transport out Iranian oil. And they were like, historically doing them like a favor back, like, oh, you helped us out a long time ago, so we're going to let your ship through. Did you hear about that at all?
I didn't, but that sounds very honourable. But the point being, coming back to it, is yeah, this is unisolated Iran. But anyway, let's get into the conversation. Let's bring a few other
But
people
real
in.
quick,
Well,
Suleiman, on that. So it is, I would say that's true in a temporary sense, where yes, like if you have a hostage situation, yes, people placate the hostages because they don't want to kill the hostages or something. So that in that temporary situation, but eventually all of those hostage situations end, and after it ends, it's bad for the hostages. I could see once there's a resolution to this, if the resolution isn't sort of mutually agreeable and we don't actually have a deal that everyone's happy with, and we kind of wind things down that way, if it ends with kind of this continued sort of bitterness, I could see a UN resolution, including China, that puts stricter sanctions on Iran and China actually agreeing to that because of the increased pressure from the global community and the willingness to do increased enforcement.
The chances of that happening are zero. And let's say hypothetically China was to turn. Russia's already confirmed to Iran they've got their back, hence the meeting that happened very recently in Central Asia. So this is not going to happen. And when Iran has a control over the entire Strait of Hormuz, then what's going to happen is these organizations, these countries are going to have to make decisions. Do you choose your own future and trade economically with a country that was economically isolated before? Or do you stay loyal to the empire that basically left you in tatters? And I think the decision is going to be, if people put their own country's interest first, there's going to be a lot of isolation of America. So this is the problem that you've got. So once again, it demonstrates that if the Strait of Hormuz decision has, if anything, done the opposite, which is remove them from economic isolation. But let's go to somebody else. But listen,
And
I see people in the chat. Not every. There's only one person who was saying it. Everybody else is cool. But one person complaining. But you have to remember, like all these people coming up, like GG, everyone, they all want to talk to Manko themselves. So they all want to talk to Manko. Then you can't complain that he's talking a lot because they've all come up. Like I gave the mic to everyone, and they can either give their own political opinion or give their own perspectives. But each person watch will want to be speaking to Manko. So I mean, that's the panelists. I let the panelists do what they want. So if they want to speak to Manko, they can do. If they want to have their own points, they can do. If they want to discuss amongst themselves, they can do. But, you know, the conversation goes where it goes. Oh my God, Beatrix is being very trained and very well behaved and learning. And this is what we do. There's a lot of discipline going on. There's a lot of training going on. Go ahead, Beatrix, give us your thoughts.
I'll never be trained by nobody. I just want to say hello. I want to say hi to everybody. Hi, Andrew, Manko, Andy, Gigi, everyone. Herc. And I want to thank those on the panel that have shared the space. Herc, thank you. Andy, thank you. Andrew, everybody. But those who are on the panel that have not shared the space, please share the space. I'm being actually very good today. Normally I'd have dropped you off the panel by now. If you've requested and Suleiman's brought you up, and I have checked all your profiles, I know who the culprits are, and you haven't shared the space, then that's not a good look at all. So please go to Suleiman's profile or go to the purple pill on the bottom right-hand side, the little purple pill on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, and press that purple pill and retweet the space from there. Thank you very much for your attention to this matter, as Manko's president says. That's it, Suleiman.
Deep, deep, deep. Okay, Gigi, did you finish? Do you want to add anything else? If not, we'll go to Peruse.
yes, I just wanted to remind Manko that last time I checked, during this 60 days of war, European were hit one of the worst, but European countries actually all, or most of them, one by one, are turning against Israel. The latest is Denmark. You heard from Spain. You saw the change in Italian prime minister. They are all going where their population asking them to do. So it's not okay. They're hurting. People are hurting in the world everywhere. Everyone is hurting. But don't forget, first of all, there's 2 billion Muslims that they were united, except for GCC, against this war. If you are in Indonesia or Malaysia or whatever, you're hurting, but you also see what's happening. There is only one country in the Middle East, except, let's say, Pakistan has nuclear, but there is one dangerous country that has nuclear, and that's Israel. People are waking up. Last time I checked, this whole thing, closing of Shariat of Hormuz or Tangay Hormuz, and everything that happened turned people against Israel and pro-Iran. You see the literary. I mean, I was not someone that would come to spaces like this and talk against this. I lived outside Iran and I had my own reasons, but I'm 100% pro-Iran now. And I think they're doing the right thing, and they're doing the right thing for the humanity. And they're actually showing in the daylight how America is governed and how Israel is having your. I mean, I know you're pro-Trump. I see you put Trump as a macho, whatever, macho savior. But Trump is a puppet run by Netanyahu. Everybody knows that. I'm really surprised for someone so smart, so educated. Why don't you see that? I mean, please tell me, what is it that you don't see that they're running your country?
Wait, can you be a little bit specific about what I don't see?
And just before you do, just another example, like on the one hand, everybody wants to speak to Manko, and then you can't complain if he's speaking, right? Every panelist who comes up wants to speak to him. But do continue, Gigi.
Why can't you see that Trump is in the game just for his financial gain? He's there to enrich himself and his family. He's compromised. He is in Epstein file. He is a puppet of Netanyahu, and Israel is trying to do the bigger Israel agenda. I mean, to achieve that. At the same time that there is ceasefire, they completely turned southern Lebanon to Gaza. So what's happening? Why can't you see that the agenda of this war is not US and Iran at all, is Israel getting more land?
Okay.
I-
Okay. So the first thing is politically, it really doesn't matter when it comes to like something like Trump, because when you had Kamala Harris and they asked her about who the greatest threat to the United States was, she said it was Iran. This is sort of a thing that is true throughout our entire political system. The Israeli influence, it isn't really confined to one party. I do think that the Republican Party, over the long term, is more resistant to Israeli influence. Of course, we know like Jews vote 80% Democrat, etc. But at this stage, Israel has great influence over both parties. When it comes to the actual like justification for the war, I have a different opinion about that. Obviously, Israel lobbied for the war, but at the same time, the GCC countries also agreed with the war and advocated for it. The other aspect of it is I don't really think it's a war for Israel. I think it's more of a war for the entire region, including Israel, but also including the GCC countries. And I think the GCC countries now, more than say over 5 years ago or so, have a lot more influence in America, and they understand, they can see that Israel has so much influence and that they have to play the game themselves. And I think they're starting to have more influence in America too. So I think it's all of them. And I do think it is legitimate within the US national interest to deny Iran being able to get nuclear weapons, because if Iran does get nuclear weapons, it means a lot of other countries in the region are also going to get nuclear weapons, and for good reason. And the odds of a nuclear war and further nuclear proliferation all over the rest of the world are going to dramatically increase, and that's going to create a very big problem for global security that America would have to deal with. So I think there's a legitimate reason to actually be willing to fight a war to stop Iran from going down that road. I think that's the only reason. I don't think that, Israel's priorities are like the proxies and stopping Iran from having ballistic missiles. I don't think those are within the US national interest much. It's just the nuclear issue. That's all.
So on that note, you're pro-genocide, you are pro-corruption,
No, wait,
you're
where did I
pro,
ever agree with
you're
genocide? What
pro,
genocide are you talking about?
yeah, well, the genocide is happening right now in southern Lebanon. Genocide is happening as we
No, I
speak,
criticize
as you
Israel
and
all
I
the
are
time.
speaking.
I don't like Israel.
Sorry?
I criticize Israel
Okay.
all the time. I don't like Israel. If it was up to me, we wouldn't give $1 to Israel.
Who are your envoys for peace talk? The two people that you send to talk to everywhere for the peace. Who are they?
Well, I don't know if they're both Jews. I know the one that's the son-in-law of Trump is a Jew, Kushner. Is the other guy a Jew? It
Wickoff,
probably
yes.
Are
is.
you really
Wickoff.
kidding me?
I don't know. I
Of
haven't
course,
read
he's a
about
Jew.
Wickoff. I know he's just some guy who's in the Trump administration, but I know Kushner obviously is. Kushner is a much more like well-known person. But yeah, Trump is sending those people because number one, they're his like inside guys. He's not sending the career professionals. He's sending people who he happens to know on a more personal level. And number two, it's very likely because they're Israeli approved, because the deal that has to be made is going to have to be a deal where Israel has some kind of sort of input because they're part of the process. Because if you send someone who Israel doesn't trust and they make a deal that Israel doesn't like, Israel's going to rebel against it and they're going to cause a big stir. And I don't know if Trump's prepared to deal with that.
At this point, if you don't see the person who you are, your president and you're approving, it's one of the main problem. I cannot even say anything. Thank you.
Well, but the problem is, who's better? Because as an American, I don't see any other choices. All the choices point to Israel.
Okay, cool. Let's go to Bruce.
Hey, Suleiman, thank you very much. You, Beatrix, for hosting. Greetings and salutations to everybody on this space. I just want to say the Islamic Republic of Iran has all the leverage. Look, the Persian Gulf is where? Where's the Islamic Republic of Iran? This is Iran's territory. Where's America? 2,500 miles away. They have no place in the region. They are going to, come to the resolution that they have to leave the region for West Asia to finally recover and move on without it. The Islamic Republic of Iran, a lot of my people, you have to understand, we're very stubborn. We are going to see this through till the very end. And, the Strait of Hormuz belongs to the guardianship of the IRGC, and that's never going to change. Thank you.
Do you think the war is going to be kinetic?
It's possible, but you know what? Iranians are ready. 30 million people have declared that they will join the war. You think America has a chance against my people? Not one chance.
Ashkan, thanks for joining us. Was there anything you wanted to add?
Um, just that I think Manco's disingenuous. He doesn't speak the truth. He's has ulterior motives. He's really pro-Israel. He's just talking out of his rear end that,
Anything,
oh, I don't like
anything,
Israel.
anything political rather than just personal attacks?
Um, like the previous speaker said, the Strait of Hormuz is gonna be Iranian property going forward. Iran didn't go through all this trouble, go through losing all its leaders, go through losing 200 little girls and boys for nothing. The Strait of Hormuz is war booty. It's booty, and it's going to stay with Iran, and it's going to be, like I've said before, it's going to be the means of Iran neutralizing the secondary sanctions that America brought.
Cool. Thanks for that. Okay, let's go to Albert. Albert, jump in.
Hey, Suleiman, thank you so much for inviting me up to speak. I've been listening since the beginning of this 60 odd days ago. And yeah, I just wanted to respond back to Manco. I believe he mentioned that freedom of navigation. And I just want to say that doesn't really apply, as we've been discussing, the 21
But can I
miles.
ask you why you didn't share the space?
I did. I retweeted it and quote
Yeah, he
retweeted it,
quote-tweeted. I always
Beatrix.
retweet his quote tweets because he always quote-tweets
Yeah,
it.
yeah. I jump on
Why
first
can't I
thing
see
every
it?
day. Yeah.
Yeah, Beatrix, stop
But
attacking innocent
yeah,
people, bro. It's like you're America and he's Iran right now.
but I just
No, not at all, not at all. And do you know what? My apologies,
no
Albert.
worries.
You done it right early on, and I had to scroll right down.
No
So
problem
I
at
It's
all.
all
apologize.
good.
Thank you so
Well, at
much.
least you
But yeah,
apologize, so you're not America and Israel in that way. But yeah, the beginning attack, there was a preemptive strike without any. He wasn't even enriching uranium, and she just attacked him. Go ahead. How was Oman? I managed to solve it. Go ahead.
yeah, but yeah, just with regards to the freedom of navigation, I think Manco mentioned it earlier on. There is no freedom of navigation under international law, as we all know. 12 miles on the Iran side, 12 miles on the Oman side. Iran has to basically be the deciding factor on who it lets through that strait. And no
Wait,
amount of international pressure.
how are they deciding for Oman though? I mean, couldn't ships just
Well,
freely come and go on the southern half?
Oman can be part of it, but they control their territory, and if they want to impose regulations on who comes through, who doesn't go through, especially when it comes to national security, warships, these sort of things, then they have every right to stop that. But
But
that's
the
just what I
problem is
wanted to
that
add.
they're attacking ships and laying mines on the Omani side of the strait.
I don't think there's been any confirmation that there have been any mines laid. It's just been speculation up to this point, as far as I'm aware.
And there've been a lot of reports, and there was a big flotilla of Iranian boats that there was like satellite pictures of driving around, like a bunch of them. And the news reports said that those boats were out there laying mines.
I've yet to see any actual confirmation that there were mines laid. I believe it's more of an implied threat that you have to deal with us if you want to pass through. And
Well,
I believe they have every right to do that.
by the way, we laid a bunch of mines, you guys, and we don't know how to get rid of them, so that's your problem now. Like during the ceasefire, they said that.
In any case, there is no freedom of navigation through territorial waters. So they've allowed this to go on up till now. However, when nuclear armed powers are trying to impose their will militarily on a sovereign nation, then yes, they can restrict access through those waters. And that's what I wanted to say.
Yeah,
Thank you so much, guys.
from a legal perspective, the 12 miles comes from the UNCLOS, and it was previously smaller than that. I think it was like, it was different by country because there was no global standard, but it was down closer to like 5 miles and stuff. So they increased it to 12 miles, but because increasing it to 12 miles would mean that a bunch of straits around the world would be cut off without any channel through, they included as part of that change that if you have a strait where the 12 miles covers the whole strait from both sides, that there is a right of way through the strait that both countries on either side of the strait have to honor, and there's essentially a rite of passage. So that's part of the law too. So, and obviously Iran followed that from 1979 up until February of 2026.
If this was a resolution, did they sign on to that?
Yeah, they did. They're signatories to it. I mean, not that it really matters. They followed it anyway.
Just because something was done for a number of years doesn't mean it has to continue, as we've seen with Trump and his complete ignoring of previous precedent in a lot of different areas.
Alba, let me ask you a question. Just from a kind of strategic perspective, what, in terms of the Strait of Hormuz, what do you think in terms of if you had to give some concessions, what concessions would you give for the Strait of Hormuz to try and get a deal?
In my opinion, there they have to reach some form of settlement. They're not going to accept this maximalist, we've won the war kind of demands that we've received so far, in my opinion. I think with regards to concessions, then yeah, all friendly nations are allowed to go through. And for the time being, either by paying a toll, which it seems most countries are happy to do that, whether it be $1 on a barrel or 75 cents on a barrel, or whatever's decided within these negotiations. And also, they don't have to let any form of warships go through at all. I don't think the Americans have a right to have military bases in the region at all, judging by their actions recently, using it to launch a war. So, yeah, I think what they've stated before, what Iraqi said about allowing friendly nations freedom of passage, some countries, such as Spain, for example, freedom of passage. But you have to take a route that Iran decides, and you have to pay a toll, just like Suez, just like Panama, for the use of those waters. Whether it all goes to Iran or some of it goes to Oman, again, that can be drilled out in negotiations.
Fair enough. And but do you think Trump will accept that though? Do you think Trump will accept a scenario where Iran has complete control over the Strait of Hormuz?
I don't think so at this particular time. No, there may need to be a return to hostilities. There may need to be more financial pressure increasing, in my opinion, until such a time where it gets very close to the elections, and he may be forced to make some concessions. And whether he spins that in a way which is a win for the US, then that's up to him. But I think,
That's a good
yeah,
point you made there. Do you think do you think do you think the like for Iran the ideal scenario would be if the closer this gets to the midterms, the more he'll get pressured. Do you think Iran could drag this out enough? But then the problem is the Strait just can't stay closed for that much longer for the whole world as well. So, I mean, Trump's probably going to have to make a deal before that. But if Iran can keep this situation going to closer to the midterms, that more closer it gets, he'll probably be more closer to capitulating, right?
100%. Yes, I agree with you. Time is on Iran's side in a lot of different aspects. They can withstand an impressive amount of pain, which they have done before several times since 1979. And yes, I believe that the population is united enough now, probably the most united it's been since the revolution. And if they need the people to accept some pain internally in order to get what they deserve and what is their national right, then yeah, I believe they can stretch this out longer, where they'll be able to tolerate the pain a lot more than the rest of the world. And I believe that pressure and the pressure of the looming elections will help a deal solidify, in my opinion.
Do you think that? Do you think the war restarts in the sense of what I mean by that is Trump's stuck. This is the problem I've got with Trump. Like, you just don't know what he's gonna do because it's like a caged animal now. He's stuck in terms of he can bomb more, but that's not going to achieve anything. He knows ground invasion is not going to work. He tried it in Esfahan and it flopped. And then the last thing is he needs to just concede, and so he's kind of stuck. And so the question mark becomes: what does a person who has the walls caving in on him, has a huge amount of pressure? What does he do in the situation?
In my opinion, I think even though there are no negotiations going on, as far as everybody that's not involved is seeing, there probably are some sort of discussions going on in the background. I do think there will be some sort of return to kinetic war as a sort of token from Trump, just the final little salvo or some face-saving action of some sort. But yes, I believe that there will be something happening kinetic-wise that could potentially be spun into some sort of win for him.
Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Let's go to Harek or Herc. Sorry, let's go Andy first. Andy, jump in, give us your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's going to be very interesting now. Iran is winning the economic warfare. Brent is up at 120, the highest of the war. So Iran is accomplishing their economic goals of getting the oil prices up. They've gotten it past that breaking point of 115. The 30-year treasury yield is just below that 5% threshold, which Simon has mentioned, which is also that critical point. So Iran is accomplishing their economic goals. So yeah, we're really going to start seeing the gas prices catch up with the market reality soon. So if you're Iran, you just sit tight and be like, "Hey, Trump, if you want to bomb us and start this war again, then we'll hit back. And if not, Iran can just sit tight and deal with economic pain." Because you have to remember, we're heading into the World Cup in the U.S. We're heading into the summer driving season in a month after Memorial Day, where more people are on the road and people aren't going to be wanting to pay record high gas prices while they're going on their family road trips for the summer. Just think about the resilience of the Persian people who have been under 40 plus years of sanctions. They can take some more economic hardship. Do you think people are going to be happy if this is still dragging on in 4th of July and their hot dogs cost more? Do you think people are going to be happy if gas is so expensive that people can't get Ubers home from a bar, that they can't sit in their house and get DoorDash because gas is $6 a gallon, so there's no delivery drivers for their food? Think about it. Just think about Americans and Europeans. We're so used to our modern comforts and luxuries that if there aren't DoorDash drivers to get us our McDonald's or our Taco Bell, we're going to be pissed. Versus Iranians, if they have to go through a little more poverty, they can handle that. So yeah, Iran has that advantage. Americans have gone through 3 generations of, well, not everyone, but for the most part, compared to most of the world, have gone through 3 generations of comfort post World War II. So you take away a modern convenience like a DoorDash, it's a complete disaster, and that's what's going to happen when fuel prices go up. You can't be profitable as a DoorDash, and then DoorDash drivers go out. That is going to collapse the restaurant industry, because a lot of restaurants rely on delivery orders for a big chunk of their profits, and then that's even more jobs. And then think about it, a big thing of Trump's platform was this no tax on tips. Yeah, drivers aren't getting tips if they're not able to DoorDash, and then that's more people out of work. So that really starts to unravel the economy, I think, in the next month. People have been saying May 31st, and yeah, I think I could see a scenario where Iran maybe agrees to an enrichment limit if they get the sanctions lifted and are fully lifted and are allowed to charge the tolls. I could see them saying, like, yeah, we'll stay below a certain threshold for 20 years, but they'd have to get all of their other concessions where they can keep funding
That's not
proxies.
what the conversation is, though. It's not about them staying below a certain threshold for 20 years. The claim Trump's making is that they will not be able to produce any more nuclear enrichment over the next 20 years.
Yeah, okay, they will never accept that one in a million years, because they need it obviously for civilian use. They will never accept that to Trump, and yeah, Trump's gonna have to blink first, because it's the economic realities are not in the US's favor. And I mean, and we're seeing that. We already had an affordability crisis before this war, and fuel prices are the first thing to go up before inflation. We already saw inflation go up from 2 point something to 3.3% in March, and that's just the very beginning of it. It's gonna, if this accelerates, we might be going back to Biden inflation levels in a few months. And on top of the inflation we already had a few years ago, that's a complete disaster for this economy. We cannot afford that.
Okay. Moise, you jump in?
Assalamu alaikum, Suleiman. How you doing?
I'm doing good, but your mic's not great.
Oh, give me 1 second. Let me see if I can. Is it better now?
Much better. Go ahead, brother.
Awesome. Mashallah, man. I appreciate you so much, Suleiman. Been following you for years now, and this coverage specifically since the 12-day war and this situation now, and the way you've been bringing on some of these amazing speakers and all these crazy interviews. I appreciate you, man. May Allah give you a lot of success. This war, it's a very critical war. It's bigger than what America's trying to make it seem, what Israel's trying to make it seem. This war is essentially, there's truth, Then there's the lies designed to try to engage in the war. Now they find themselves in a situation where they can't really win this war without potentially using nuclear weapons. And in my heart, I believe 100%, if Iran is struck with multiple nuclear weapons, they won't stop. That's what I believe. And I don't believe that randomly. I believe that from what they've shown us. Iran has massive firepower, yet they exercise restraint. They show honor, they show restraint, they are calculated. This is existential for them. This is about survival. Now, if you look at the rhetoric utilized to get us into the war, it was nuclear weapons, nuclear weapons, nuclear weapons. Oman, which was the mediator in the negotiations, which, you know, America betrayed just viciously by killing the Ayatollah and the leadership in Iran. Oman, the mediator, they said Iran was willing to do zero enrichment. What does that mean? That means the people that America was willing to trust to do the negotiations are telling you, hey, this is what's going on. If you want to say then, oh, the Omanis, they're lying, Iran wasn't ready to agree on the nuclear situation, then you're just a liar. And this is what it is. You have to be a liar in order for you to want to do what America's doing, which is, enslave the planet. Now, fast forward, the war starts, and immediately it backfires. Iran shows its muscle. Iran shows missiles that are 20 years old that are inflicting damage, which means Iran could have been doing this long ago. Again, they're showing their restraint. And then after the war starts, after it goes ugly, I believe America would have kept pushing the war if it wasn't for the Hormuz play. The Hormuz play was critical in forcing America to the table again. Now that they're at the table, they're seeing what's going on, they're seeing the ramifications. What's going on is the petrodollar is being strangled. We're looking at US reserve currency status on the planet and their hegemonic control with all their 900 plus military bases or whatever, and all these psychological operations and billions of dollars in media. All these things are because of the petrodollar, because of the reserve currency status. We're seeing that being threatened. Then we have people that come here ingenuously try to lie and tell us, oh, um, if Iran opens the Hormuz, it'll be okay. Well, didn't you say it was a nuclear situation? Then now it's, oh, let's bring back the Hormuz to what it was before the war. Here's the reality. The reality is this will never change. If you even strike Iran with nuclear weapons, they will not stop or cease to secede. They won't quit. If you pay attention to what's happening in Gaza, if you've seen what's going on with Hamas and the brutality throughout that war, and them fighting with rudimentary weapons, and their unwillingness to even put down their weapons after what we witnessed, a country as powerful as Iran, with all these natural borders and this strategic location, and all these assets and tools that they've shown us, they're not going to quit. The Palestinians didn't quit. The Afghanis with the sandals didn't quit. Iran, with the history of the Persian Empire and the dignity, they're not going to quit. Now, what's happening? What I see, like, I agree with Suleiman that ground invasion is a suicide mission for the U.S. Um, Air power is not there. It's been proven. Air dominance is not there. What they can do is these standoff munitions, which are very costly. But if you pay attention to the 60-day war, Iran showed that they've intercepted a couple, albeit it's not a lot, but a couple of these tomahawks. Do you know what that means? America had these tomahawks for decades, and it was almost impossible to stop them because of their technology, because they fly low, because they maneuver, because they can retarget. Iran showed that they stopped a couple of them. Imagine if Iran tunes that technology, then they'll be untouchable. You'll be in a situation where they can strike you from 1,000 miles away, but you can't even get near them. Now, we need America to be humbled because I'm an American and I'm from Somalia and my country was destroyed by this empire. And now my country is barely trying to get back up. And you see how they're lambasting and talking bad about us because we're trying to do an oil deal that we've been banned from because the GCC paid for us not to have our oil. Now that I'm in America, I lived in my entire life. As an American, I don't benefit from these wars. My last business was critically injured from the Ukraine war and the oil crisis that came from that, and the oil prices, that my other business was destroyed from that. Now I have another business and it's already getting affected by the COVID inflation is also hurt as well. So everything the US is doing is not benefiting the citizens and it's not benefiting the world. They're essentially trying to maintain dollar dominance by enslaving the planet, and it only helps the people that control the dollar, and we know who they are. They don't wear big hats, they wear small hats. So I don't want to go on too long. I appreciate you a lot, Suleiman and Beatrix, and I have a lot of respect for Andrew. I really appreciate you. Let's keep doing this. And when the people tell the lies, and I didn't like when you guys, had Manco on in the beginning, but now I see what you're doing. Very intelligent of you, Sully. Let's not get insulting. Let's not insult each other. Let's just attack the points. In the beginning, 2 points that I just want to destroy with what Manco was saying earlier, and you don't have to respond to me, bro. But the nuclear deal, the nuclear situation to start this war, lie. If you don't like Netanyahu, well, Netanyahu's been saying for 30 years there's a nuclear bomb. None of that's true. Iran was willing to put it down. They were willing to put the nuclear enrichment all the way to zero. You still did the war. And then now the argument is, oh, I want the Hormuz. Well, the Hormuz is open before this war. The reality is the dollar is going to be killed. And if you're an American, you better prepare. Because this is what happens when you push people to the edge. Thank you guys so much.
Thanks for that. Let's go to Herc. Herc, jump in.
Thanks, Solomon. As you know, I have much more harsher projections for what the empire will do. I've suggested using plausible deniability, they'll set off battlefield nukes or they'll contaminate the water supplies. But the suggestion that Trump was being stupid for delaying the full on destruction of Iran is much more complicated than the surface of just getting logistics. I think there's a propaganda war. And to what Godfroy was saying a couple nights ago on your space, I expect another false flag because that's the way to get Congress to uh, easily give the Trump war criminal administration what it wants, which is carte blanche in the destruction of Iran. And there seems to be a huge disconnect with the American people as to false flags, as to our motives in countries like Venezuela and Cuba, destabilizing those societies. So basically, we're being very stupid. Even the ones that have high degrees, uh, if they're in the cult of Trump or Biden, they're not thinking straight. They don't realize just how sinister the forces are against us. And I'll just point to what they did to the military. They kicked out high-level military generals and maybe admirals, I don't know, because they weren't all in on destroying Iran. This is a huge setback because now our military is going to be partisan. And if you couple that with the wanting to take Iran out for its central bank, which we were warned by General Wesley Clark, like something like 25 years ago, that's the nation invasion tour that we haven't destabilized. So I think there's a lot more riding on this than just what people are saying, delaying the attack so they can attack full on and then destroy the nuclear capabilities. I don't believe that. Like, I don't believe they attacked Venezuela for drugs.
So, Herc, where do you see this going from now?
Well, if there is a false flag, and if it's extremely bloody, like, well, Andy gave me the idea. If they attack a World Cup game, for instance, uh, there's not only going to be a huge coalition against Iran, even if there's some skepticism whether it actually came from Iran, uh, there's going to be a bloodthirsty call to be as barbaric as possible, not just destroying their bridges and power plants and attacking their schools and hospitals, but we will see people in high levels acting like Lindsey Graham. That's where it's going to go.
All right, Gigi, jump in.
Yeah, hi. Suleiman, I have a question. Actually, no, a question or my view, basically. I think Israel and America, I mean, Israel forced America to buy them time right now with this ceasefire. So they go as far as they can into Lebanon and they destroy as much as they can on West Bank and they expand as much as they can. This ceasefire put Iran in a situation that they cannot attack Israel directly. And I'm wondering what's the conversation now inside Iran. I know some Iranian in the Majlis, they are really angry. And I've seen things from Iran that people are asking for Iran to get involved and help Lebanon. There is a lot of people are talking about that. So if the war starts, I think they're pushing Iran to a corner to attack Israel. Maybe if there is a kinetic war, it would be when Iran decide to attack because what they're doing right now in Lebanon, and we all know it, we all see it every day. You post it every morning. It's a genocide. And it's exactly what happened in Gaza. So, in my view, they know that they cannot win the war with Iran. They realize that Iranian made their own weapon. There was this interview I'm sure you saw from Chinese foreign minister that said we didn't sell anything to Iran. They're smart enough to make it themselves. So they know they were surprised by the capability of Iranian. They know that, and they took, they killed a lot of our leaders and etc. But they still know there is a long lineage of educated, devoted leader that will come. One will come after the other, and even if they kill another 30 of them, there will be another 30 that will come and they're all capable, experienced. They have been in the war of Iran and Iraq for 8 years. Most of them served in that war, like Iraqi or Ghalibaf. They will come one after the other and lead Iran. But I think they are just buying time for Israel with this ceasefire to go more into Lebanon. What do you think is Suleiman? I
Yeah,
really
yeah, I agree with you. The only benefit we're having is that when it comes to the ground aspect of it, Hezbollah is still dominating them. But yeah, I do believe that that's the plan, and it takes Iran out of the equation. That's why you know, isn't it? I was against Iran doing the ceasefire. I understand the reason they did it because now we can say the reason is that basically they had some, with the missiles, they had an issue with some of the logistics in terms of fueling and these type of things. So now that they've got those things in order, so that was the reason. So it made sense from a kind of military perspective why they made that move or why they agreed to it. But I think you're right. I think they snookered them when it comes to Lebanon.
Yeah, but Iranian are now ready. So and I know that that 30, that there is 30 plus million are now registered. I know they're not all young and they're not all, trained, but 30 odd million people. Donald Trump knows that, and Israel knows that they cannot boots on the ground. The entire Israel population is 7 million. How many boots they can put on the ground of Iran. And if you are Iranian, which I am, and you travel through Iran, you will know that landscape is unwinnable. That's why nobody could. That's why Persian Empire was attacked multiple times throughout century. And yes, we lost a lot of land in the let's say southern Russia and a part of Afghanistan and India, but the plateau of Iran, which is the main area that Iran now is located, it's a very difficult terrain to win by boots in the ground, and 92 million, 40% educated above college. It's a population that I think they haven't seen that type of statistic anywhere else. Anyway, my 2 cents is that they're buying time to push the boundaries of Israel as far as they can. and they destroy as much as they can from in Lebanon. And that's very sad. I hope that Iran do something, because I think what is happening in Lebanon these days, it's beyond genocide, and humanity should stand up against it.
Yeah, completely agree with you. Completely agree with what you have to say, and I think there needs to be a big push against what's happening in Lebanon. I am trying to get a few Lebanese journalists on for interviews. I've got someone coming on Saturday, but I want to get a few more. So yeah, I
I'd
agree with
say
you.
also Israel's short of citizens. They just imported 250 from India, didn't they? They found 250 Jewish people in India, and they imported them to grow their population. And the only country in the world that's got a problem with frigging population growth and migrants, they're forcing them in, literally. Anyway, the rest of it, I
But
agree with you.
sir, I'm Jewish, sir. But sir, I'm Jewish.
They said they're going to import 1,200 every year.
Let me in.
They're going to find 1,200. Can you imagine? They're trying to find 1,200, 1,200 people, 1,200 Jewish people a year in India. Can you imagine how many are going to line up to claim they're Jewish? They're going to quickly read the holy books and say, I'm Jewish. Can I go to Israel, please, sir? Literally terrible.
But sir, I'm Jewish. Guys, if we're on YouTube, make sure you like the stream. Make sure you share it. Remember, we've got Ryan Dawson coming on at 8 p.m. Eastern, so quite a bit of time from now. But just so you know, it's about 4 or 5 hours. So let's go to Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, Iran, they have 30 million people volunteering. There's no way you can invade that country because those are people that believe in a cause greater than themselves. And then you just look at my generation, like Gen Z, you have my generation, we have screen addictions, we have different conditions like our generation's overly medicated, things like that. So you're going to send young American men who are on medications and addicted to screens to try to fight 30 million Iranians. Like, good luck with that. It's not going to work. Like, you could bring you could bring in the Indian army, you could bring in all the armies of Europe. It's still not going to work. It is just not going to work. It is a mountain fortress. It's Afghanistan, but against a real army with missiles and drones. Iran has other stuff, weapons as well. They have artillery pieces. You can't just walk in. Like, you literally have some people that I think still think this is just Afghanistan, and that was bad enough. We still end up leaving Afghanistan after 20 years and trillions of dollars. So this is just not feasible. There's no way to land a significant force on the Iranian mainland. D-Day took years of planning in World War II, and the Germans didn't have missiles and drones that they could throw at us when we did that. So there is no way to even consider trying to invade Iran, and that would be the only conceivable way to possibly do a regime change. And it is literally impossible. That is why it hasn't been done. If it was possible to do, Bush would have tried to do it back when he did Afghanistan and Iraq, when there was actually the sentiment for this whole war on terror. He would have said, oh, well, we're already doing these wars on terror, let's just go for Iran, and people would have supported it. If, let's say, he tried to go for it in, say, 2004, people would have supported it then. But no one is going to support that now. If you think the war has low approval now, you would get at most 25% supporting it the second people start coming home in body bags. It would be absolutely horrific. And if, like, I just couldn't even imagine it. You'd have people getting gunned down by drones and missiles. It would just be awful. So, yeah, it's just not. Plus, as Andrew has articulated perfectly, we have not seen the massive lift required for such an operation. As he said with Iraq, you had the months of buildup. For Iraq, there were 6 carrier groups, and that was a much easier country to attack. At most, I could see a theatrical invasion, trying to take some meaningless island. There's certain to try to say, hey, we won, we captured some island that doesn't even mean anything. I could see something like that, and then they down the line after this fails to try to just get Trump his win, just like when they bombed the nuclear facilities, and then Trump touted that as a big win. we destroyed the nukes. Anyone saying anything different is fake news. So Trump is going to eventually need to get a theatrical victory. But yeah.
Yeah, agree. Suleiman, can I add on to that real quick?
Yeah, of course, brother.
Okay, bro. Thank you. Yeah, and what Andy was saying, and what just add on to that again for the listeners that have not heard me talk about that before, very briefly. I was in the first Gulf War as a watch officer in the Pentagon, working with very closely with I'm talking minutia detail of that entire push. The average person has no comprehension of the logistics that's required for even, let's say, 20,000 men and women on the move. Now, if you take that up to 60, 70, 80 to 100,000, that would be even feasibly required for initial, even a minute tiptoe in there, it would be beyond what we saw in Iraq. And in Iraq, we had United Airlines, we had American Airlines, we had military sea lift command. We were even going to even container ships that weren't even flagged even remotely with the United States, saying, oh, by the way, we have 120,000 tons of push. You need to load immediately these cargo container ships. It's unimaginable. We're not even seeing a fraction of that. So this is
And
where
then
am
you're
I
going to
going
pay
with
for
this?
that lift with the increased fuel prices on top of that.
Whoa, good point, Andy. Wow, yeah, exactly. Oh my Lord, yeah. So add that on there. And then I'm going to go with this. Let's talk about the United States of America, our global influence. In my left hand right now, I'm holding my personal copy for my library. The title is "The Influence of Sea Power." That book from A.T. Mahan is required reading for the naval officers. We have to read this, study it, it's inculcated into our fiber of our psyche. The world is controlled by naval sea power. We, America, United States, we have zero power and authority or hegemony in the Persian Gulf. That has not existed for years and years and years. Back in the late 90s and early 2000s, I had personal conversations with a 3-star became a 4-star admiral. He and I submarine warfare is my specialty. I was on his staff. I was handpicked for his staff, Commander Submarine Force Atlantic. He would talk about what? The Persian Gulf. Why? Because without submarine forward thrust and power, we have no real lethal ability to take down targets. We can't get near there in our submarines. We know that. The Iranians have control of that. They've always controlled that. Our Fifth Fleet was, and I use the verb to be in the past simple tense, was in the Persian Gulf. It's no longer there. Okay, let's say I want to be a real true America first. I'm going to be honest. I love my country. I will die for my country. But when my country is in gross error, open shame, because we're an occupied nation by Zionist National Israel, the Baal worshiping Satanists, when that is what's controlling our country, no, I'm done. No, I say absolutely no. We come out and speak against it. So what we've seen happen is we're now in a multipolar society, a new global world order. I didn't write the rules. I didn't make this happen. It's happened past tense. Now we're in that shift. It happened to the Royal Navy. It happened to the British Empire. The sun never set on the British Empire. Well, it did after the Suez Canal. And we talked about that in the Battle of the Nile, back when Admiral Nelson was battling the French. But so here we are now. The United States of America is in this, we're literally, we, America, in shame. We're being run by a madman who's running his little game, his gambit. He has no power to back it up. For example, if he really wanted to enforce this blockade, and I've said this 28 times in the space, I think this is now 29 times, I'll say it again, we would be dropping targets left and right. One of our submarines on patrol, I'm talking in SSN, not our SSGNs, or certainly not FBM, could be dropping 3, 4, 5, 6 targets a day. Easily dropping targets, putting them to the bottom of the ocean. That's what we live for. That's what we're trained to do. But guess what? Why aren't we doing it? Because if we do, now what? we have no game here because now the whole entire global economy is still the Strait of Hormuz is still closed. We're still in that zero-sum game back at the Strait. Iran has won this war. America's going to do a little fireworks action to show Trump won. He's desperately looking for an exit ramp. And yeah, I think it'll go Connecticut for a while, but eventually there will be, quote, a deal that will be worked out where Iran is in the driver's seat. I've said it, and I'll still stick with that. In the meantime, we're going to see a lot of pain and suffering in the world until this deal gets worked out. So I'll land it here. Thank you.
Yeah, and let's say the U.S. used the submarine and sunk 6 Iranian ships or ships bound for China or whatever. Iran then can say, okay, we have hundreds of ships blocked in the Strait of Hormuz. They can use their Shaheeds and their missiles to sink ships there. Like they can go tit for tat and sink as many ships as we do. So that just further damages the global economy. So we can't win that game either.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's go to Dubai. Oh, we've got someone
Yeah.
from East Israel here. Go ahead.
Hi. No. So I'm not Dubai. That's my book. It's called Dubai: The Fall, and my
Your
name is
name
in
says
my.
Dubai.
That's the display name. That's my book called Dubai: The Fall. My handle has my name. It's Muazzam Hussain. So, when this war had started, I had said, and I had tweeted to the effect that Iran is going to fight a war of attrition. And America wanted a very quick and decisive victory. If you go back and listen to the pronouncements of the Trump administration, it was all about, this is going to be quick, it's going to be decisive, we're going to achieve our objectives, and none of that has happened. America has lost the plot. They've not achieved their objectives. They wanted a regime change, hasn't happened. They wanted Iran to surrender. They wanted Iran to come forward, surrender their nuclear, whatever facilities you can call them. It hasn't happened. None of the American objectives has been achieved. It's day 60 or even beyond. And we are sitting here, and the other thing I had tweeted a few days after that, and I said if America is unable to achieve their objectives, it is going to be the end of its role as a regional hegemon in the Middle East. It can pretty much say goodbye to its and if you look at today, you have the U.S. bases in UAE, Qatar, you have the Fifth Fleet base in Bahrain, Saudi Arabia. Are those bases serving any purpose, or are they a liability for the hosting countries? So it's game over. As far as the view from here, I'm based in Pakistan, and this is also where they have been coming to negotiate. And I'll tell you, the Americans were sitting in the plane. This was last week. They were ready to come to Islamabad. It was the Iranians who said, no, we are not. You are not ready. So, as far as from what I can see, what is America fighting for now? They are fighting for three things. One, they've lost Hormuz, and there's no way they're able to open it. They don't have a plan. They don't have the means. And they can't do it. Game over. Number two, they are fighting for the petrodollar. They are fighting to preserve the US currency. Imagine that. You set out to achieve certain objectives, and you end up fighting a defensive war, which is where. So right now, the way I see it, the whole thing is tilted in Iran's favor. Iran has pretty much put their finger on the pause button, and they can just sit back. They need to do nothing. Do nothing, basically, just sit. It's the pain is going to be on the other side. That's what I'm looking at right now. I From my perspective, America has already lost the war. They are trying to save whatever they can. I will talk about a deal, the contours of a deal, but I leave that for later. I'll tell you because I have some. I've been speaking to some diplomats on what's going to be the final outcome of that. But if we can probably come back to that. So I'll pass the mic back to you, Suleiman. Thanks.
Thanks. Let me give you some news. There's quite. Oh, what's going on? There's quite a lot of news. Wait, why doesn't it let me screenshot this? There's quite a lot of news. Quite a lot of news coming out. So let me go through the news. I'll just give me 2 seconds when I get it up.
Oh my God, give us the news.
Well, I'm multitasking, innit? Gotta do what I gotta do. I'm like getting the picture of this guy so I can put it on a poster for tomorrow's interview. We've got Ryan Dawson coming in a few hours. We've got one Iranian journalist, one Iranian academic, and one. Oh, we've got Chris Masterson coming on tomorrow as well, guys. He's famous and popular and well known, so that's going to be good. So we've got look. This is what we're doing, Beatrix. Not everybody just prancing around like you, Beatrix. Some of us have got to do some work, Beatrix. Anyway, well, I was going to give you the news, before I was rudely interrupted. Wait, where's my own?
Even the guys on YouTube are saying, did Sully say news? Like, where's the news? What's going on? Where's the news? The moral resistance. We are the moral
This is
resistance,
just
and
an
we're
anonymous
waiting for the
profile. We
news.
don't even know who this guy is. Geesly.
He's one of our community, a very important member of our community. He's the moral resistance.
All right, actually, I'm looking at it now. He does chat a lot. Give it back. Okay, I'm giving you news, blood. Yes, Geesly.
I think that's meant to be an apology, G
I'm
Sly.
giving
I
you
think that's
news.
meant to be a Sully apology.
I'm giving you the news is what you wanted, it's what you asked for. I give what the people request. Okay, Iran's main negotiator, Dr. Galibaf, has made the following statement. It's so funny. This, Ted Bundy was like, "Oh, when you bought that guy up, you were expecting like a fight," and I was like, "Yeah, you caught me. I thought he was gonna be like a sim for the bar, and I was gonna smash him." Anyway, Iran main negotiator Dr. Galibaf made the following statement. He's mocking Trump. Quote, 3 days in, no well exploded. We could extend it to 30 days and live stream the well here. Oh, damn. Say, attacking your boy Trump there, Beatrix. He goes, there was the kind of junk, that was the kind of junk advice the US admin gets from people like Bassent, who also pushes the blockade theory, who also pushed the blockade theory and cranked up oil to $120 plus. Next stop, 140. The issue isn't the theory, it's the mindset. Oh, damn, he's talking a lot of smack there. Israel forces approach and threaten the global flotilla, pointing guns at them. The global Samud flotilla, another one that has gone towards Gaza, says its boats were approached by military speedboats whose crew identify themselves as Israeli forces, pointing lasers and semi-automatic weapons at those on board and ordering them to their hands and knees. This is what the Zayos do. Senior Iranian military official on Trump restarting the war, because remember, it sounds like he's planning it. But it may just be. Well, you remember I spoke to David Pine and he thought this was just Trump once again kind of making it look like he was going to do something, but he wasn't. But anyway, the least harmful option for America is to accept the 10 Iranian conditions. If America renews the war, it will be catastrophic for them. And if they attempt a ground invasion, they should prepare for a large number of their soldiers to be taken prisoner. That's from Mohsen Rezai. The USS Gerald Ford is expected to leave the Middle East in the coming days for needed repairs after 10 months deployment. So we talked about this, right? That fourth aircraft carrier obviously is being there to replace the Gerald Ford. I forgot the name of the fourth one. Andrew, do you remember the name of it? Oh, where's he gone? Oh, he's gone for his nap. Andrew's done his catnap when we actually asked him a question. Hexeth called out for betraying MAGA. Rokhana said, you know what I'm sad for? I'm sad for all the people who voted for Trump. I'm sad for them because you betrayed them. You betrayed a lot of the MAGA base. And you know who knows that? JD Vance knows that. Well, I don't know about that. I think he's part of it. Moulton asked this, do you know how much your war costs the average American taxpayer? And he goes, what is the cost of Iran having a nuclear weapon? Okay, I'm going to continue giving the news. Beatrix, do you want to take over for 2 seconds and actually do some work?
I've been
Chop,
working
chop, go
nonstop.
on. Quick.
I've been working with our YouTube community. We're on it. It's Cal Bundy, not Ted Bundy. Ted Bundy was a mass murderer. But anyway, I will take over if you finish with the news. Let's go to Gio. I don't believe you've spoken yet. Jump in, Gio. Thanks for joining. I hope you've reposted the space, Gio. Jump in.
Of course I did, love. It's good to hear from you guys. Absolutely, I appreciate you. Mo, I really loved the your take earlier, and just kind of giving it to the folks straight. I have a lot of folks I think that are probably from a particular tribe that you might be from as well, but still, it's interesting to see the Baba Mandeb scenario also happening at the same time. And to Andrew, I'm prior FC from the USS John C. Stennis and the USS Kennedy. Fired SM-5s and Raytheon's defense missile system, so Sea-Wiz and Sea Sparrow. It was interesting to see the Kaibar missiles come out during this, and you'll hear me kind of jumping around, but to see the American hegemony fully be derobed in front of the world is it's hard to describe. Like, I can't say like there's a joy that comes with seeing this. I just come from a particular background, left the military in protest during the Afghanistan buildup in 2006, and have essentially rallied up with most of the pro-Palestinian causes and the DSA on the West Coast here in Washington and in California. And watching the country actually finally have its hubris be broken because there's just some people who actually believe in what they say and believe in what they will stand on, which is the truth in their own land. To see that be the reason why, and to see, I love that somebody mentioned, I believe it was Mo, mentioning the restraint, the honorable restraint that the Iranians have shown, in which, like he said, I couldn't have said it any better. They could have been doing this, and to see the entire Western formation have to really deal with the fact that shit's not real is the only special friend amongst Americans, allies, and the GCC getting their heads cracked open when it comes to Iran having strategically a better and more sound strategy. That swarm of drones mixed with strategic positioning and very, very highly precision targeted missile strikes. And here's something that I will tell you guys from my time in the Navy, being a missile guy. Even when I was in 2002 and 2003, the talk of the town when I was in the Navy and we were right in the midst of Iraq and Afghanistan was the hypersonic missiles. It was something that for other missile guys, especially Sea Sparrows, our main naval defense weapon to deal with incoming missiles, is that those hypersonic missiles, we had nothing for that. And I would have thought I left in 2006, like I said, in protest, I would have thought by this time there would have been a lot more upgrades because of those coming out. We never even got to see really good footage of those missiles very early on back when I was in, but folks started to see them over time. And to see the devastation and the lethality and the precision of those, I appreciated what Andrew had most. It's already over. The strategy is already better than anything I've seen us do at all anywhere I've ever seen. And I think everyone knows that. I think everyone knows that you putting swarm attacks, that means all those carriers are exposed. That means all of the assets are exposed, and they can put it on a pin drop to take those things out with hypersonics. And that level of devastation, Americans have never, ever, ever seen. This is not a joke, and like I try not to be hyperbolic because I have done my dance on this platform of being pissed off with watching too many kids die over in Gaza. I'm glad that the breaking open, because sometimes I used to hear from my dad, sometimes people don't learn until they've been hit over the head, and sometimes some people need a sledgehammer. I'm glad that fucking hubris that you own the world is being broken in half, and that it's from a stupid dumb shit that a bunch of hillbillies thought was going to be what they specifically said was throwing a grenade at the system, and that Donald Trump was going to be it when he came in 2016. Well, here's your fucking sign, motherfuckers. We all basically lost the strategic hegemony of the world in the midst of having an idiot do this, and I cannot be anything but glad, because it's fucking evil. And supporting the dumb shits that ended up firing off into Iran in order to kick this off, whether it is those fire control officers to whether it's Mr. fucking Milikowski and the Satan Yahoo tribe, whoever the fuck it was, fuck them, and
can I ask you
bring back
something?
the
Try
guillotine.
not to use the F bomb so much on our space, please, because we have families listening to it.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
When
All studying war game scenarios and game theory against China. What I've never heard is Iran, Russia, and China saying no to us altogether. And if that concoction comes together, I've never seen anyone even have a conversation about that prior to this. I've heard from General McGregor and a ton of other generals who speak on the subject pretty regularly, but this is something that's now getting talked about. Mearsheimer just talked about this. Was you're kind of tipping us into a situation where the big boys with a lot more population size, and now that they understand the strategy and having a very much more advantageous strategy against us, that this is something that needs to be at least communicated to, I think, just the regular public more, that it's not winnable.
Gio, thanks for that. You're getting a lot of love on YouTube as well. Pim, thank you for your super chat. It says Gio standing on business, couldn't agree more. They like that you're an ex-veteran, dropping truth bombs, if not the F bombs. But you, let me ask you a question. When you and you know what? Kudos to you. If you left in protest around the Afghan war, kudos to you. But were there any repercussions, or how do you feel that somebody who leaves in protest is treated? And you isolated afterwards? Do they take any action against you? Do they try to coax you back, or how does that work?
Yeah, I mean, you're pretty much out on your ass. They try to they put a mark on your social security number for the rest of your life. And that means with major employers, I was able to get around that for a little while with being a contractor. And then having just solid relationships with good people who gave a shit about me. I can't ever forget people that literally just are angels in the outfield and just looked out for me and kind of looked past that shit. But for some guys, that is not the case. And for most guys, that's not the case. I'm a city boy, so I've got a bit of that hustle in me. I've got a bit of that. I'm not going to fucking sleep on the floor. I'm going to keep moving and figure it out. But that's not always the case with guys who come back with injuries or who come back with real, damage from war. And they don't really have that, or if they choose to opt out because they don't agree with something that's gone on. So yeah, they do. They do try to absolutely outcast you. And I've even heard from friends that I served with who were good buddies of mine. I happened to live with one years after I got out of the military. But he told me ran into one of our old folks that I served with, and they were still talking shit. And he let them know that I was working at Intel Corp at the time, and that it got underneath their skin. Like, fuck this guy. Basically, it was like how they felt about me still, like fucking 10 years later. So yeah, that's the way you get treated.
That's terrible. They mark your social security number so you can never work again if you leave because they're doing
Oh yeah, they
something.
try to. They leave a designation, and you have when you leave the military in any way, you get what's called a DD 214. It's the form that you use to basically show the character of your discharge and your time of service, and if you've got any reward, any medals or any rewards. And so yeah, they basically mark your social security number, and that's how the employers find out by doing a social security, and usually there's an R that is associated, which is a restriction on your social security number. So yeah.
So did you know that was going to happen when you decided to walk? Did you know that and still decided to walk?
Yeah, so I had a friend who famously, you guys can look him up. His name is Pablo Paredes. He's from New York, from Brooklyn. He wrote onto a T-shirt and famously protested very early before the war even kicked off. He left in protest of the war, and Pablo became an activist in New York. But Pablo Paredes wrote on a T-shirt, "Like Congress, I resign," because if you guys don't know this, as an officer, you can leave anytime you want to. You can just up and quit and say you resign, and you can roll. Congress, any department in the federal government, you can leave your job at any time, but not if you are enlisted in the military in the United States of America. You cannot leave your job at any time, and if you do, you will get court-martialed, and you will have a dishonorable discharge for the sake of you breaking your contract with the U.S. government. So yes, that is in fact what happens to any and everyone that decides to go that way. And yes, I knew because I had a friend that famously brought a lot of attention to the subject, and I met too many fucking good brown people, along the way that inspired the shit out of me. And I didn't think I thought humans were humans everywhere, They taught me in fucking junior high school. Sorry about that.
Yeah, you know what, Gio? Kudos to you. Absolute full respect to you. I can't believe, and this is like we learn from each other, don't we? So I didn't know that you could leave Congress in the middle of any session, in the middle of any kind of, political situation, and still have your stars and stripes of being in Congress and go on and get consulting jobs and everything. But if you're serving in the military, you get struck off from working for life. We were having this discussion on the space yesterday about the First Amendment, because I think the First Amendment is dying in all but name in America. We don't even have it in the UK, but you guys did have it, and it was worth it. Like, it was literally the thing that pioneered America. but it's dying through the back door. When you've just told me this, what you've told me, I think the First Amendment was selective because you, under your constitution, should have had the right to say, actually, I've served, I've signed up to serve my country. I don't believe this action serves my country, therefore I'm going to take a step back and I'm not going to do it. But they penalize you for that. That's crazy. Kudos to you, Gio. Full respect. I would wash your mouth out with soap and water a little bit, though. But, politically.
I'll
Yeah,
try to keep it halal. I'll try to keep it halal for you next time, Daryl.
I don't think you
Halal,
can
kosher,
help it.
whatever, we go with it. But Gio, appreciate you, and you're welcome. Stay on the panel, and we'd love to talk to you more. Andrew, jump in. Do you know what? Suleiman asked you a question, Andrew, and you just disappeared, and he said you'd gone for your nap. But jump in.
No, no, I all of a sudden I couldn't hear anything, and boom, I was out. I had to restart my phone twice. Sorry about that. Yeah, but no, with listening to Geo, thank you. Great moral courage there. Yeah, what he's saying is, of course, absolutely correct. When you're enlisted, you leave or stand out like that. Oh, it's at least you're a court martial and can either go BCD or OTH, other than honorable. But wow, I salute you there, sir. Well done.
Well,
What was
literally,
Suleiman's?
Gio, I don't know
Oh,
if you heard. No, it's fine. Just before we were, just before you came up, I think somebody was saying on the panel that people should refuse and not serve illegal orders. Because look, I believe that our armed forces are genuinely our heroes, but they're supposed to be there to protect our country, not go and fight frigging foreign wars and kill innocent people. And that's all that we've been doing in the UK as well. I mean, we were part of the illegal invasion into Iraq. A million people were killed. It's disgraceful. So yeah, and they come back, as you say, injured. I went to a supermarket last week, and either side of me, as I walked in, were two like stands, you'd call them, with charity boxes for can you donate to help the veterans. And then as I walked in further, there was a big metal cage where they were saying, oh, can you donate any food here from your shopping, from your weekly shop or whatever, to help the veterans. And then what we do is once a year, you can Google this and check, we have a program called Help the Heroes, which they put on TV prime time, and they bring on some veterans, maybe, I don't know, half a dozen or something. And they'll bring on like celebrities. I know one year they brought on David Beckham to give them a medal and say, these are our heroes. And, they do that once a year. And then the rest of the time they leave them to rot on the streets. And I think that's disgusting. And I think that this country and the West generally and America need to wake up to what's really happening. So I appreciate you, Gio. Who was going to jump in there?
Can I jump in real
I
quick?
just got a brief interjection here. For the enlisted men, they do have a couple outs. They can apply for a religious exemption, or they can declare themselves conscientious objectors to a certain war.
yeah, but that gets real tricky. What Gio's talking about, though, once you're already in active duty and then in theater, to do that, that's almost impossible. You're looking at really an impossible curve there.
Yeah, I talked to a chaplain I'm sorry, let me turn this off. I talked to a chaplain about conscientious objector status, and the thing that, to give you guys some context, I went in during peacetime, so I was a volunteer. Came out, they didn't need to come look for me. I absolutely loved the Navy. Was a swimmer my whole entire childhood because of the Olympics in '84 that inspired my mom to be a lifeguard. I was absolutely went in voluntarily. We then had gone to, because I went in '99, and so we were peacetime chilling, playing softball, going to school, figuring out cool stuff with missiles, and then 9/11, and then thereafter. So I talked to a chaplain, though. Long story short, or long story long. And the chaplain was like, son, the basis for that you would have had to have proven from before you had gotten here. Were you dedicated to the church before you got here, son? Were you a youth pastor? How much time did you volunteer? It gets super into the granularity of how much you served in that capacity, and what were your thoughts. They literally go through a battery of questions for you. It's pretty sizable. And still, it's very discretionary. And I'll tell you this, man. This is what they say about conscience. This is from my uncle who went to Vietnam, um, straight from his mouth, because we've been talking about conscience objector status to a bunch of my friends that have asked me questions about this. Um, Dude, during wartime, you're not going to get any conscientious objector status, brother. That shit ain't going to happen, bro. And especially not with a drunk crusader like Pete Kegsbreath in there. That is literally like, this dude wants. I'm so glad that TMZ asked him, does he get horny from sending bombs to people? Like that, with that kind of mentality, seriously, at the DoD, bro, there's no way that you're getting conscientious objective status. And they've been weeding out anybody who hasn't been a true believer anyway. We've seen that there has been massive purges throughout the military, from anybody who doesn't fit the bill or who isn't a real true believer. So just putting that out there.
Yeah, I expect to see more of this purge. I think we're going to see it on epic proportions, both as in people getting tossed out, and also, especially your senior NCOs, senior officers, and senior civilians literally resigning their commands. Like that great Admiral Alvin Halsey down there at CENTCOM. He's like, no, I'm done with this bullshit. I'm done with this. I'm done. They got to do this. They have to, because if they don't, they're going to have a terrible moral dilemma. It's going to come down to a moral dilemma. I really believe that with all my heart.
Could I jump in real quick?
Yeah,
Sorry.
Mosey, I was coming to you next. Jump in.
Oh, thank you so much, Beatrix. Yeah. First of all, shout out to Geo, man. That's that's a heck of a story, bro. And shout out to you, and shout out to those people that showed love, man. And so you can keep working. But when you were talking about in 2002 the conversations you were hearing about the hypersonics and how you're surprised that America hasn't really been working on anything to look at this, essentially, it just it just screams to me the issue with America in general. America is not for Americans. It's not for protecting America. America is like this empire that's being controlled through strings from some outside entities. And as the day goes by, we see who they are. Now, the military industrial complex is a for-profit entity. It's designed to fleece the American populace. It's not designed to protect us from the wars. Look at what Russia is doing right now with this war. They're essentially outproducing NATO at a far cheaper rate. How do we want to continue this war front, this aggressive war front, war footing, if each missile we're throwing is a couple $1 million? It just doesn't make sense. So essentially what America is doing is it's doubling down on its system, which is like a money gravy train. And what they're trying to do is just knock off all their enemies so they can maintain the dollar control and the reserve currency status. And this war was conducted and prosecuted solely for the IMEC corridor. If you look at what happened 2 days before that sneak attack, that disgusting sneak attack where they killed Ayatollah in the middle of negotiations, where Iran was capitulating to the American demands. 2 days before that, what somebody that I just really don't like, what was his name, Modi, came to Israel. And he said, fatherland, motherland, whatever, bold and beautiful, whatever these guys say. And I know for sure this attack was struck specifically for IMEC, because the IMEC corridor, it's known as the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. It's not simply like an alternative to China's Belt and Road Initiative. It serves as a replacement architecture. It's designed to intercept the natural geography of the Eurasian trade, okay, and force the flows through Western controlled choke points. Okay, now think about it. You have to understand the geography. Iran is the big problem for the IMEC corridor. In order for the IMEC corridor to go in, Iran has to go out. Iran sits at an intersection between so they can continue pumping the goods, route it through these. You've seen what the UAE was doing in Somalia, in Sudan. What they're doing is they're creating these breakaway entities and stealing their ports that way, you know. But essentially, this whole war is about the dollar. They'll lie to you and tell you it's about protests, it's about the women in hijab. They'll lie to you and say it's about nuclear weapons, and then now they're gonna lie to you and say it's about the Hormuz that's closed now, that was open. But the reality is, it's all about the dollar. Instead of America fixing itself, helping its citizens, making our lives better, they want to just double down, get rid of their enemies, so the whole world is enslaved to the dollar. And anybody who goes against the Israeli and American hegemony, they just sanction them to death. So, you know, Iran is literally bleeding for us, you guys. Keep them in your prayers. These guys are very brave. And superpower status doesn't help Americans. I believe if America was a regional power, it would be better for us Americans. We would not have to spend all this money. We would be living great. We wouldn't have to have all this expensive, highly the dollar. Just look at the dollar. My mom used to fill her tank up when I was a kid for like $20. Now it's like $100 to fill up, equivalent to my mom's, van. Eh, this doesn't help us. It doesn't help Americans, and it sure as hell, excuse me, it sure as hell doesn't help the brown people that are constantly being killed and destroyed and demonized. Thank you guys, man. Appreciate you guys a lot.
Thanks, Moeezy. You know, you said something that's really important because you talked about like they're using the woman in hijab and everything else as an excuse. There are people, right, who come up on our panel and they're good-hearted people, and even some of our regulars, and they don't even like it. Really triggers me because they'll come on and say something like, "Oh, and you know what? It's not true that Iran has made it mandatory for women to cover. There are parts of Iran, or a woman can go out in Iran without having to cover her head. They are relaxing these things. They have tried to become more moderate. Therefore, Iran should not be attacked and stuff." And I know they're well-meaning. Basically, they're trying to say the propaganda's not real. But you know what? My opinion is, and I feel very strongly about this, that it's not your freaking business to dictate what Iran and can and cannot do. It's their country. Fix your own house first. I was going to use another word there, but I can't especially after I've told you not to use a potty mouth. But get your own house in order. Forget about what Iran can and cannot do. You have no right to go and start a war or invade a country or bomb a country or dictate to a country about what its women can and cannot wear because you've got some monarchists sat in America. Like literally, we have here in England, you can now in school advocate for 5-year-olds to be taught about LGBT and have gender affirmation and gender change if they want it, and the parents don't.
All this rhetoric, they probably spend $1 billion ginning up the whole hijab thing, and the first strike they do, they hit Minab school. Again, it's like the people. I don't know. I think there's some kind of black magic, man. The people are in a trance. Like, why don't you just look at them and be like, "Yo, I thought we were going to save the girls. What's going on?" It's a Looney Tune show, man.
Yeah, the intel that I've heard.
Yeah, there's no better way of defending women's rights than going and killing 160 kids. You know what I mean? Speaks volumes. Who's going to jump in?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that the there was really a great conversation that was had by, I don't know if you guys watch Sabby Sabs, but she did a interview with Colonel Douglas McGregor last week where he was talking about how long it takes for you to do the planning for the first targets in any campaign or scenario for that kind of op to kick off and to go after the Banab school, which I found to be even more egregious because of all the sites and the targeting. I mean, there was like the conversation around Hegseth saying that this was Palantir software and that it was AI and there was no human in the loop conversation, which was just also brought up by the general who just left, and the admiral. They both were talking about this kind of lack of human in the loop, which is pretty common language amongst AI engineers and folks that are kind of in strategic operations like this. But to know that they had months of planning, which disgusts me anyway, because who sits there and like, I mean, I get strategic targets if we're talking about, oh, this is strategic command, right, for all of operations outside of Iran, their connection to Hezbollah, their connection to, right, any of those things probably would have made Americans just go to sleep and lull us to sleep and be like, oh, okay, yeah, let's just go back to the job and work. But the fact that you had months to plan and you chose that target, and what I was told was specifically because it would escalate, because this was kind of brought up apparently when Bibi was having these conversations and coming to the U.S. and soliciting us to do this, or else we'll kick it off ourselves kind of thing. And so knowing that they had months to plan that, and they go after little girls, I just really never want to hear from the moral American position of, you know, we're in, and I agree with what Andrew was getting at in his conversation earlier, that I love this country too, but when you lose the moral high ground and you are a mercenary army for shit's not real, that's when all of the like niceties and the language I actually speak when I talk about shit's not real in real life, like when I go protest, you know what I mean, at their embassy and their consulate and that and all those things. Yeah, that's when I actually get to speak the language of what should be said to the boogers. And I'm working on it, Beatrice. I'm working on it.
I appreciate you, Gio. And YouTube chat love you. They were like, yeah, you know what? Kudos to Gio. One of them said, love Gio, potty mouth, but love him all the same. And then the rest of them were just like, yeah, love him. That salute to you. You know, it shows courage to know the repercussions and still walk. And I wish everybody could do that, to be honest. Say, no, I'm not doing this. It's against my conscience. So yeah. Andy, jump in, love.
Yeah, just the complete lack of morality from so many members of Congress calling that out is just so disturbing. Like how can you call yourself Christian and pro-life, but then support bombing of 6 to 12-year-olds and not say one word speaking out against it? It's completely hypocritical and performative politics, and it's just absolutely disgusting how no one is speaking out against this in our elected government. It's absolutely appalling, and it's absolutely shameful. And yes, as Andrew has perfectly said, we are in division. It's absolutely shameful. And this whole thing about, oh my God, women have to wear hijabs. It's like, so you have Republicans complain about OnlyFans or whatever and how the West is too loose, but then you have them also complain that Iran has a traditional culture. So it's like, which one? Do you want a traditional culture, or do you want people running around half naked? Like, I don't really even get what Republicans want. They don't care about the fact that women are wearing hijabs. Just use that as an excuse to carry out an illegal war, and it's just absolutely repulsive. And I could care less what women in another country wear. that's their culture, and they can wear what they see fit in another country. It's absolutely none of my business.
Yeah, cool. Just want to welcome Simon onto the stage. Apologies that Beatrix has just been ignoring you. This is what these women do when you put them in positions of.
Oh my God, I
He's
just saw
been
him
like he's been up
now.
for like
I just saw
literally an
him. Thanks for
hour.
joining us. No,
I saw him like an hour ago.
no, Simon, I just seen you now.
Oh
Seriously, I was like,
man,
Doc just messaged. Doc wants the mic, Suleiman. Please, can you fix it? Because I can't
yeah,
bring
of
him
course.
up.
Okay, but go ahead.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, so Simon, hope you're doing well. How are you? Give us your thoughts and apologies for Beatrix's behavior.
Okay. Hey everybody. Well, the market's hitting taco point. The yields on the bonds are ripping out. This is the point at which you get something that is very theatrical. So the 30-year bond is at that 4.98%. So we're about to hit the 5% mark. That's the danger zone. Um, that's when mortgages approach that 7%, and Trump gets a tap on the shoulder from Scott Bessent and is told what needs to happen next, which dictates the policy. And the 10-year yield is at 4.4%. As soon as it hits 4.5%, and we get 5% on the 30-year, 4.5% on the 10-year, and 115 on the 1 month oil WTI futures. We're about 109 now. You'll get a quick taco. Maybe that goes to Taco Tuesday. The market, everyone will play the markets, but expect something that leads to a calming down of the bond market. The bond market is a structural issue. It's the point of no return. And yeah, we're starting to get to those levels.
Simon, quick one. I saw oil prices are $122. Is that right?
Depends which price you're looking at. We're at about we're over the again, like different prices. The real price, from like the analysis of if you actually need a barrel of oil right now, you're paying $170 on average. But yeah, the WTI right now on the 1 month futures. Let's have a look where we are. Um,
I think it was
yeah, currently at
Brent oil
108,
that is 122. Sorry, what did you say, Simon?
108 on WTI.
And isn't Brent 122?
I don't think it's that high, but it did go above 115. Let's see where we are right now. Um, but yeah, we're leading to the taco point. You'll get it.
I think it
Brent
is over
crude.
120, Simon, because people were messaging in the chat every time it went up. Let me check.
Let's have a
Brent oil.
look.
120.3. Brent last day financial. Is that the one, right?
Oh yeah, 120.3.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is definitely taco territory.
Bro. That's funny. But
A taco breakout?
it's broken out.
Awesome.
No, well, there's never a taco breakout. Tacos, you can never ever. You're always guaranteed a taco, Doc.
It's time for a taco break.
Bros, I never used to like tacos until I had when I last went to US. I went to a restaurant that was pretty banging. But anyway, forget that. Back to not the Trump tacos. The
Yeah, but you got the bond market plus the oil market. That's the double. That's the double whammy.
what's the so when you said above, remember you mentioned now they can't stay above 115.
Yeah,
That's like what, David Brent or not David Brent, David Brent, not The Office. Brent oil, or is it the
yeah. Brent, you can't stay there for a week. You get there, and then the bond market starts reacting like it is now. the yield on the 30-year starts going up, the yield on the 10-year starts going up. And as soon as it hits 4.5 and 5%, you need a taco announcement
But he
immediately,
did it
and you
himself.
need to change the
But
policy.
Simon, he did it himself. He made the price go up himself.
Yeah, yeah.
What I mean is,
So now he needs to make it come
no,
back
but
down.
why would he make an announcement that makes it go up? He made an announcement today that made it go up, right? He said, "Oh, we're going." Basically, he said, "What was the announcement?" He's told Axios. Axios, as you know, is Israeli, the arm of the Israeli government. But he always speaks directly to Trump and Barack Obama. But he's the one who released that. What does he say? He said today. He said that they're going. That basically, Iran's. Iran, it's something like there's like basically negotiations are not working and they're gonna go to war. I'm just paraphrasing now. I'll have to find what he exactly said, but something along those lines.
Yeah, I mean, famous last words, but yeah.
Can I try to answer that in a way, Simon, and then pass it to you and tell me if I'm right or wrong, what my thoughts are. So if he's tried to push the oil prices up himself, the reason he's done it is because he was bought in with for a purpose. Welcome to Gary as well. And the purpose has been bought like I'm saying it in a not financial way, but the purpose he was bought in for is to keep the oil prices inflated for a particular period of time or a particular objective until it's done sufficient damage and changed the way of life in the West or certain countries, Europe and UK, etc., and America, and damaged it coherently, and then they'll come to the deal. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, let's call it the global reset. Let's call it the World Economic Forum agenda. This is the
So Simon,
weaponization
I found
of the
his statement,
crisis.
and then I do want to continue. Sorry, is Trump plan? This is an Axios report. That Trump, hi Gary. Trump plans short and powerful bombing campaign against Iran, targeting their infrastructure. Trump believes this would break the negotiation deadlock, and this was a contact Axios. Sorry, back to you, Simon.
Yeah, I obviously don't believe a word that he's saying, but when I combine it with everything that's happening right now, and again, famous last words, I tend to think they're giving this enough time, maybe to next week, to Taco Tuesday, maybe some. We seem to be leading up for that market, that escalation over the weekend, leading to the Taco Tuesday. And maybe there's been enough time to guarantee in the sheer number of small business bankruptcies, the severe issues that we're going to see in the global reset World Economic Forum agenda. So I think that's baked in for the next few quarters. I don't think they're headed for a depression. I think they're just trying to get enough distress to justify the big print and the big money printing exercise to bail out the AI industry. And I think he's trying to prolong it to meet his BlackRock agenda. Let's call that one. And he may need to accelerate that because the bond markets are not having it right now. And so yeah, as soon as we hit that 5% mark on the 30-year and 4.5 on the 10-year, you'll expect to see something. And so yeah, I think they're trying to lock in the reset and the next few quarters. And this feels, I feel that the leaving of UAE from OPEC was very symbolic of the post order. And I don't think UAE would have left unless world powers know that the next order is set. As soon as the strait is open and a deal is announced, we're in the multipolar world effectively. Um, and I feel like there was some symbolism in the breaking down of the OPEC side, and I think it's because they've got enough of the alternative rail apparatus set up. You've got BRICS coordination corridors. You got the M-Bridge project with the central bank digital currency network outside of SWIFT rails. You got the SIPS integration, and then you got the FX swap lines on the Federal Reserve side, and you've got an indication that no one's allowed to sell bonds and sell equity, and that leads to a taco scenario whenever you're negotiating with America. So I feel like this is the final act. Famous last words. And I think next week we'll see what the end outcome of this thing's going to be. Let's see.
How many ends? Hey, how many
Benjamin.
ends are we going to have though, Simon?
Oh,
Because we seem to have a lot of extensions.
Yeah. I
I
thought
just
this was going to be like the 12-day war, but I think they wanted to do a global reset in between.
well, I listen. I
Uh,
think on your commentary on the polar multipolar universe, I really still am very positive of this UAE change. I think the OPEC official OPEC is dead. Not dead, but it's going to openly compete with each other. You just need one. You just need one barrel of crude, man. Okay, that's what's really important here. You just need one extra barrel of crude that's competing. I think this is very positive. And in order for a multipolar world to exist, you have to have this. You can't have the dollar, every barrel monitored and stuck by the U.S. government. Hey, by the way, have you
yeah.
guys seen any of Pete Hegseth's testimony today? I mean,
Yeah, it
if
was
you think
crazy.
this war is going
Oh
to
yeah.
end, okay,
Oh yeah.
you're fucking crazy. Okay, like I will do any kind of betting you want. And there's so many reasons. This thing isn't going to end. Dude. There's no chance. I'm still firm on this. These people are fucking crazy. Okay. The other thing is, I just like to take my hat off to the at least if we're going to be led by criminals, King Charles, dude, he can deliver a fucking speech, bro. He might be a creature, but I mean, he can deliver a joke. He rolled so many. Most Americans didn't even understand half of what he was saying, but he rolled some monsters on Trump. And I found I've lived there 14 years and really came to appreciate their sense of their use of the English language, which I am reminded frequently that I do not understand. I speak American. Anyway, I thought it was awesome, Simon. I don't know if you saw him, but I thought Charles was like on his shit.
Talking about speaking French instead of German. I saw that
Yeah,
one. I haven't seen
yeah,
it all though.
a couple of zingers he gave, dude. You know, it was quite funny actually, and the difference,
the
the
ballroom one was the one that I
the
loved.
difference in the presentation. Okay, one you have. Look, I was cool with Trump being what's the word for it? Elephant in a China store, a bull in a China store when it works. Like I do think you need that sometimes, but this is no longer working, man. And to see King Charles up there, it was just such a different, classy leadership. Even if he is, and I think he's probably a very, very, very nasty guy, but so well spoken.
He's not. He's not. Long live the king, Gary. Carry on
Okay,
praising him.
okay. But like we could all learn from that. You know, I haven't seen that kind of presentation from any world leaders in so long. Probably since George Bush Jr. Right? I haven't seen maybe Clinton. I mean, maybe what's his name?
Obama,
Billy Sweet Talker. No, Obama never got me, but uh, Clinton. You know, the
JFK.
sweet talk. Yeah, but I mean yeah. Back then, you had Churchill alive too. You know, it had a lot of cool people alive, dude. I think Churchill was still alive, wasn't he? I mean, that's where see all those people were emulating. Those leaders were emulating the 18th century, early 1900s, which there was some decorum back then, even if there was the same kind of fighting, same kind of wars. But God, it was at least it was classy. Anyway, I'll end there. We ain't ending this war though. Y'all are smoking freaking dope. Because see, look, if we
It's
end the
just
war,
me. It's just me, Gary. You don't want to put everyone else in that bucket.
you're gonna have an
Wait, that's not
economic
true. Beatrix
breakdown.
is with you. Resistance. All these
Oh,
guys are on your
Beatrix and
side.
me. Beatrix, me, and Andy. Yeah.
No, I'm with you guys.
All these guys are, bro. They're all turn blood.
No,
What
see,
happened?
I've
they
been
have to.
working, Simon. I've been
Beatrix, have you
working
turned
on
everyone?
I've tried really hard, Simon. I've been your protege. Like, there's more people on the panel that kind of support our moral resistance
We're
now.
anti-moral resistance. Anti.
Antifa.
Gary, what were you
Whoa,
saying?
prank caller.
So Gary thinks the war isn't
I'm with
ending
Gary.
anytime
I'm with
soon.
Gary.
What is it that? What did
Well,
Hegseth
well,
say
well,
specifically that
first
makes
off,
you
the
think
guys
that?
like his, and this is just my judgment. I am being hypercritical, but and maybe I also right off of watching King Charles, who actually had some decorum. If you're going to lie under deposition, and I've been in a number of depositions, if you're going to lie, uh, don't look like you're lying. Okay, don't look so belligerent and so untouchable. I mean, the guy doesn't even know. He was asked, how much money have you spent in munitions, including the weapons you have lost? And he said he didn't know. That's fucking foolish. And then he said it was 25 billion. That's a lie. 2 weeks ago, he said nobody's dead. He admitted 6 men died and had zero remorse for it. I mean, the guy, dude, if I didn't know any better, I'd say he was a football jock in high school that's got a little tiny dick and he drinks too much. Because the guy is like, if he was on my team, I would most certainly get rid of him with instantly because he's just, and if I didn't, I want gangsters around me, dude. This guy's lying to congressmen. I mean, it's just so obvious. Wouldn't answer the question. Um, and if, I think if you're going to do that, at least don't be so arrogant in your display of it. Maybe I'm being wrong, but the guy has always rubbed me wrong. He looks like a punk.
He just reminds me of like a Wall Street cokehead banker. That's what he reminds me of. Even
Yeah, he
if he's
reminds
not.
me of a football jock, dude. That little short football jock. This got a little tiny dick, and he's living in a third quarter game in his memory, and he's a fucking little loser. Somebody needs to knock his ass out. I mean, really, y'all should watch it. It was embarrassing, like
Well,
embarrassing.
he believes that the war is the prelude to Armageddon and the return of the Antichrist.
Oh, he's one of these
That's what
cats.
his.
You think he's
Oh
religious?
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh well,
Oh
whether
yeah.
he's religious or
Oh
not,
yeah. He's
he's
Fake religious or real
wh-
religious?
He literally
whether he's
visited his
religious
son.
or not, whether he's religious or not, this is what he said. His quote unquote pastor, who shares the same beliefs, was on Piers Morgan, among other places, and just sat there as he was dismantled by Dave Smith and others. Their beliefs are indefensible, but inconceivable to me. But that's what he and thousands of evangelical Americans believe. That's the support system for the Zionists here in this country. That's how diluted it is. Now, I was in a space last night with a dear friend, an OG American mission friend. I won't mention her name. Others may guess who it is. But her father was on the space. Now, I didn't know him to be her father, but apparently he is one of these evangelical Christians who believes as Hexeth does. And she DM'd me to say, hey, please take it easy. I know you share a different opinion, but go ahead and, just be kind, and which I was, and I did. But he and several other fundamental Christians were in that space and they really have no compassion or Christian heart for those that are dying in pursuit of the goals of Hexeth, Trump, and the Zionists in this war and in support for the genocide. It's crazy to me, but these people fervently believe it.
You
So it
don't
Yeah.
doesn't
think you don't
matter.
think he's just pretending to uphold a wartime narrative?
No, man. This
Nah,
guy,
Simon,
this
there's
guy. I
videos of
mean,
him even before. Go ahead, sorry, it's
he,
Gary.
he was pitching the new. He was pitching that. Hey, can you imagine if Iran would have nuked us? And it's like, dude, I mean, you're living in some weird future thing. Y'all keep selling the same story for 20 years. It hasn't happened. And you said, look, they're just blatant lies. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but I could take this guy apart. I mean, he is lying under oath, man. It's amazing to me.
Yeah, well,
So
there's no
how do
truth.
you
Just
believe the
Gary,
return? Like, how do you strongly believe in the return of the Messiah and yet not the Ten Commandments? That's what I didn't get.
They've
Or
overridden
or
that.
the fact,
They've overridden
yeah,
that.
greatest good, dude. They do the greatest
For
good bullshit. You
or
know,
the
we
right.
fact
know
that
better.
we're all, or the fact that we're all created in Christ's image, in God's image, that we are all God's children. But thou shalt not murder, thou shalt not kill. Look, these guys pick and choose what it is that supports these demented beliefs when it comes to Scripture, whether it be from the Torah, from the Bible, or from the Quran.
That's why I don't
It's
think they believe in it though, because I think if you select it, you don't genuinely believe it. If you
no,
genuinely believe it, you follow everything.
people select it because of where they're born and the cultures they're raised in. That's why people
Yeah,
select
but
their
to
faith.
believe it, you have to actually believe that what you're doing is going to bring back the Messiah as an actual belief, not just an act. Like,
Well,
and
he
if
is
you believe
acting,
that, you believe the Ten Commandments too.
Simon, he's acting on this particular belief and dispensing with other dictates of his faith that contradict his belief. And the Bible, for example, is full of these contradictions.
Yeah,
It's
I see
actually
them more as
replete with them.
cult leaders just playing a role and acting.
Well, I think it's dangerous to assume that these people don't believe what they say they believe. And that requires that you divine their intent, and you can't do that.
Yeah, I agree. I can only speculate, but
But also,
if you
Simon, you gotta
actually
be
believe it,
you
then you
got
have to believe the whole thing,
no,
right?
but Simon, you gotta be around these religious circles. Um, it doesn't matter if it's Muslims or Christians or Jews. Like, if you around these kind of people who are very, some of them very literalist, and people can, the people talking about, they still believe that they believe the religious text, they just interpret it in the manner that befits their extremism. And yeah, that can be done by taking things out of context or wherever it may be. Most of them won't even be reading the text. And a good example is Hexeth. If you remember, he quoted the Pulp Fiction version of a quote that possibly he thought was in the Bible. So the point being that a lot of these people, whenever they're extremists, what I find is that if you when you talk to them, they actually don't have good knowledge or deep knowledge on any of those religions, and so they're easily manipulated and swayed by whatever it is that gets them to believe what they. So Hegseth being like a religious fanatic, yeah, I believe
You
it.
just
Like,
get
even
platitudes,
before
though.
he got to the position he got to, there was a video of him wanting to, bring back the return of the Messiah and rebuild the third temple. That was well before he even got to this position and was a Fox News host, Simon.
Yeah, go listen to the interview Tucker Carlson of Ambassador Huckabee, a former Baptist preacher, a Zionist evangelical, who was torn apart in a religious discussion by Tucker, and he got Huckabee to basically agree that Israel's land encompasses from the river to the sea because God gave it to them. Who's God? What God? Where? Which Israelites? Which people? The ones from Poland, like Bibi? I don't think so. These guys, they're nuts. They're not rational thinkers, or they wouldn't believe as they do. Whether it's a true held belief or not, they're influencing people who do have those true held beliefs, and that's why we still see some support for the war in Iran.
so Doc, I just want to say, by the way, guys, our space is being attacked. It's got a bot attack, so we put it in the title. Um, the numbers have suddenly increased, and I know it's botted. But Doc, they are mental people, and this is what I wanted to say to Gary. Gary, I do think that these people will say whatever it takes to justify the war, but what they're doing is they're talking to their voter base. And if you look at it, the only real people that support the war in in Iran at the moment, the American people that support it, are those religious kind of people who believe that religiously extremistly, the people that, for example, Doc, you're talking about on the space last night, that don't feel anything for the Palestinians or the genocide. And I know exactly who you're talking about, right? Because I had my run-ins with that person in the genocide early. In fact, you conveyed a message to that person for me. Because yeah, exactly. And so I'm not going to name
Oh my
them
God,
either, but
You made
this
Doc leave in protest, bro. Come on, Beatrix.
no, but when we were doing spaces on the genocide, this person did some posts on Suleiman and called him an Islamic terrorist and stuff. And all we were talking about was sharing kids. Doc left.
I don't remember.
So all we were talking about was like, you know, the genocide and kids dying. And that triggered me so much because I used to do spaces with that person being America first, and the genocide was not America first. So I conveyed a message from Doc saying, listen, these grifters raised money all over America for this mission that went in their pocket. It didn't go to any cause. And if they do any more such tweets about Suleiman, I will drag them. I don't care that I did spaces with them. I don't care that we follow each other. I don't care that we're friends. This is unacceptable. We're talking about kids dying. That is not America first. That's Zionism
You,
first.
you
And
know what that person said to me last night, and how I figured this out because I listened to him at length. Her father is a close affiliate with Bibi. He spent the time that I was on the space talking about what Bibi had told him and why it should be believed. And his profile picture was a picture of him and Bibi. And so I just said, okay, that's the background she comes
yeah,
from.
but Doc, you know, some of these people genuinely believe that, you know, they're part of a cult. Some of them are just Islamophobic, whatever their reasons are. But these people, these politicians like Hexeth, Gary, what you were saying, he's speaking to his voter base. That's all he's doing. The way you're right, he was lying, right? Oath means nothing to these people. Lying under oath, like we think that you can't lie under oath, an oath means nothing to them. When you're going out there and you know you're killing innocent civilians, today Hegseth was asked about that school where 168 kids were killed. And he says, yeah, we're still investigating it. I've yet to see one politician stand up in America and say, we're sorry it happened, or it shouldn't have happened, or those kids shouldn't have been killed. All I've ever heard them say is shrug their shoulders and say, we're investigating it. You killed over 160 children, and all you can say is, yeah, we're investigating it. There's not 1 ounce of remorse. So when you have that level of humanity in you, you can lie under oath. He has to justify this, right? So the only way he's going to be able to justify it, Gary, is by lying. That doesn't mean tomorrow, if they get instructions or if they've achieved their objective, they will change their narrative to stop this. I wouldn't take him at face value for what he said today and assume that it's going to go on forever because he's talked a big game today. He has to do that,
Yeah, I
right,
think the same,
Gary?
Beatrix. I think they're just playing a role. They're just compulsive liar cult leaders that will say anything to achieve their goal. I don't think it's based upon they know who they're lying to. They're just scam artists. That's what they are. Like your job, if you want to make it in politics, your job is to get rich and scam. And the scammers like Pete Hegseth, they just say like if you just completely change the ideology, he'll play the new ideology. He's just doing what he needs to do to rally who he's scamming. He's just a scam artist, as far as I see it.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, he may be doing all those things, but uh, he looks like he came from white trash. He was probably bullied by his daddy, and I'm just saying the guy looks fucking totally unstable. He could, and he, if he is talking to his voter base, which could be possibly true, I'm just saying he believes it. See, that's what makes him dangerous because he believes it. He's these people have a superiority complex.
He's this administration's John Bolton potentially,
Yeah, that's right,
and
bro.
and,
That
and
is
by that,
totally right on.
by that I mean
But
John.
he's got an IQ of about 30 points less. That's the problem.
Right, and therefore so much easier to manipulate. Bolton, I think, is a halfway intelligent guy, but he's completely corrupted by the Zionist plot and supportive of it. And he would go into meetings, and Trump would acknowledge this, and others did as well, particularly after Bolton was asked to leave the administration. That Bolton was like a rabid dog in these meetings, and
think the administration has weighed this, and I think they're like, hey, you know what? We can sell $4.50 gas. It's going to hurt us a lot less than it hurts everyone else. We're just going to have to take some pain.
The way that I see this is I still think people analyze that politicians are trying to appease the voter base. I think their job
Yeah,
is,
I agree. I agree.
yeah. That what they're trying to appease is their lobbies, and they make up a all of them. I think.
And it wouldn't be hard to get compromised because, listen, I've done things in business that I would not do today, you know? And but if you ask me to do some insane thing, I'd be like, no way I'm doing that. But it's a slippery slope, right? Once you lie to an SEC document on just, something, it's anything. And then you start getting exploited. And I could easily see working for the president or working for any government body. And hey, I'm patriotic. I've taken the oath, and my guy told me to go handle something, and I handled it. It's really hard to digest. But if you think about how easy all of this could easily be done to turn people evil, that's what I really think we need people to get braced up to really fucking start looking at what's happening. Because these people now to Doc's point and Simon, I don't think they give a fuck what we think. That's what was hex with. That's what concerned me so much. I'm like, wow, dude, it's in your face. You have to be blind now, not to see. Oh wow, we have junior high running the fucking world.
Yeah, and this is why I left investment banking, because I know what it's like to climb the ranks. And they send you out on these tasks. They want you to engage in degeneracy. And if you pass the tasks and you're willing to engage in the unwritten rules, which is that the analysts are pulling out bullshit recommendations around stocks when the real traders, the Goldmans, are offloading positions. And you understand, once you understand the etiquette and you don't say it and you climb the ranks, you become a higher frequency player, until you're completely compromised and degenerate, and then you climb the ranks. And that's how it worked in investment banking. I assume it works the same in politics.
Yeah, and the same in the military. When the senior, I'm talking flag officers and command NCOs, listen to that little, like you said, Gary, that little football player wannabe, we call him the little corporal, marching around. And it was a horrific humiliation ritual to those military officers, those professional military officers. I was destroying furniture in my home. I was so livid. But what
Were
they
you,
literally
dude? I
did,
mean, well, like the
yeah,
people
no,
working for him had to be. I am embarrassed as an
oh,
American. I cannot
yeah,
imagine that being my boss, dude. I'd quit.
yeah, Yeah, Gary, just take that from corporate to military. They put their career 30 years. I only did 20 years active. Okay, I got up to commander, right? And when you even get to that level, you really listen carefully to what Hegseth was saying there at Quantico. And then Trump came on. They literally told them, don't let the door hit you in the ass. We're changed up things. We're now war. And when we say jump, you say how high. If you got a problem with that, you got to follow Trump. They turned an apolitical military into a politicized MAGA cult. I watched it. I studied it. So I'll land here. But yeah, I see. I hear you. I feel the pain of everyone here.
Yeah, you know what you were saying about Hexet though, Simon. Where I where I disagree is that I do think like you because I think you think I mean maybe I misunderstand what you're saying, but it seems like you think like everything's just fake. But the thing is, like I believe going down that corridor is like just believing everything's an illusion. Like people's beliefs, whenever they beliefs in itself are used to manufacture control and to get control over people. And people do believe ardently about a lot of these issues, and then you can use that belief system in order to control people. And so, someone like Hexeth, as an example, one thing could be it's all fake, wherever it is. But like if you look at his speech that he's giving, and he's talking about how he wants the third temple to be returned or whatever, that could be an ideological belief he has, and then therefore that's why he was chosen. Remember, he was just a Fox News presenter. It's not like he went up the ranks. Fox News presenter who was selected for this position because he has that ideological belief, and he's not gonna question any of the decisions. He's gonna go ahead and do them because he's as psychopathic as the rest of them.
Yeah, maybe, and I'm sure they exist, but I feel like there's normally a higher level where they're just scam artists, liars, actors. Like I don't listen to anything Keir Starmer saying. I just think he's just an actor, and he knows who he works for. He works for Lockheed Martin. He works for BlackRock. He works for the renewable energy sector, and he's got all these interests, which are the real power. Then you've got the APAC stuff and all that, and then you've got the blackmail operations. And I don't listen to anything he says because I just think he's just in a constant state of lying and acting, and I just don't see these as people that. And yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's some of them, and of course, all the people underneath them need to believe the ideology. That's the purpose of the scam. That's the cult. Everyone within the cult believes the leader, but I don't believe for a second that Trump or someone like that, his religion is money. And Hexeth, I think he works for. I see it more like a mafia. I don't think there's 1 ounce of ethics. I don't think he gives it. I don't see these as religious people. And yeah, I think you get further up by being that person. I think the ones that stay down are the ones that actually believe in those ones don't progress because as you go higher up, you've got to be the scam artist rather than the actual cult.
Yeah, we've got some more breaking news as well. Let me just quickly read it. So do you remember, there's been a stabbing today, and it was in London, of two Jewish people. Now, I kind of refrained from saying anything because I thought, let's see what happens. So apparently, it's like it's a mishmash of everything. These guys can't even do their false flags properly. Like it's such a blatant false flag, and I didn't even say it first because this time I thought, okay, let me just see what happens, what it is this time. I don't want to, like, my automatic thing now is like it's a false flag, but I thought let's not rush to judgment. But look, this is what they're saying. So the first thing is apparently he's Somalian, born in Somalia. The second thing is they're claiming he's an what? What do you think? What? Give me. I give you guys one guess who he may be linked to.
ISIS.
Oh, yeah. Or some Islamic extremist group. Oh, let me guess. Iranian. Oh,
Hezbollah.
Andrew's got
Hezbollah.
it. Andrew's got it. It's like you're a genius, Andrew.
No, I've been in your space. I've been in your space, brother.
These are chicks that Beatrix are ISIS. Oh, bro. ISIS are on the other side of Iran. Beatrix. Uh, an Iranian-linked Islamist group, Harakat Ashab al-Yamin al-Islamiyah, has claimed responsibility for the stabbing attack as UK declares it a terrorist incident, and Starmer calls an emergency Cobra meeting. This has been reported by Sky News. And was that the only piece? I think that was the main piece of news that I was wanted to talk about. So I mean, I wanted to give you guys. So yeah, another false flag in UK. More draconian measures coming in UK.
Another contract for Palantir.
Can they have any more contracts, Spion?
Yes, they want all the data. They are the
No
one
more
world
steak.
government.
No more steak knife sales for the UK. I think your GDP is
Steak
going to fall.
Yeah.
steak knives are now illegal in the UK.
And this is what I don't understand. Like when I saw, okay, this might be too soon, but when I saw it, I was like stabbing in London. Like, isn't this like a every day? Like, isn't this like normal? I don't get it. What's the news about? Is it just because it happened to a Jewish person? Because you go to the UK, I mean, you go to London, and you're probably gonna get stabbed in a Beatrix.
Yeah,
No.
weaponize the narrative. You just pick the ones that are convenient and you put them on the media. Get it going.
So a Somali Iranian. Interesting. Can someone explain how that works?
And every Christian Zio, and when they get a hold of that, what they're going to do is the following narrative. See, those quote Muslims, they want to ensure they're driving fear. Next comes Sharia law. They want to take over. Da da da. That's why Israel is the only hope we
Well,
have to
actually,
stop it. Yep.
yeah, you're right, Andrew. And actually, funny enough, Hos came up, so I forgot about this, but reminder, like his friend got stabbed, right? I didn't see no Cobra meeting.
Can I have a
So,
yeah?
and that was in London, and that's
So I'll tell you exactly what this is about. So 4 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago, we had a medical center with 4 empty ambulances that weren't being used anymore, that were apparently attacked by an Iranian proxy that had been paying money like £200 to local thugs and terrorists, like it's a man for a hire sort of thing. That was done about 4 or 5 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, last Saturday, not this Saturday, the Saturday before, someone went and took some lighter fluid, put it in a bottle, threw it over the wall of a synagogue. That was the second terrorist thing that this new group did. And just so we're clear, this new group has written as part of its, what it stands for and everything else. They don't talk about occupied Palestine. They talk about Israel as the land. So it's like AI has created. Someone's taken AI and used AI to help them write the what's it called? What do you call it?
The script, the
Not
narrative,
the script.
Yep.
For the terrorist organization,
the manifesto.
their manifesto is written by AI. Effectively, it's ridiculous beyond belief. And what you've got to understand is there is a move at the moment to prescribe the IRGC that's going through the parliament and through everything else. So this is the third thing coming along where they're trying to, and it's totally, you can't, you've got to be the thickest, most ignorant person in the world. But two events have taken place. This is the
Don't talk
third
about
one.
Tommy Robinson like that, Hoss.
I'm sorry, mate. Yeah. But you know what I'm talking about. This is literally the third thing that's coming along. And on the 13th of May, Parliament comes back in. And if there's anyone taking any bets, I promise you the IRGC are going to be prescribed a terrorist organization, because a lot of the economy of the country of Iran does go through the IRGC. And this is a way of Israel, again, trying to put pressure on Iran, and effectively, this is actually the military of Iran, and they are the people who've taken the the battle to Israel and America. This is their way of trying to basically try and shut them down. So that's the only reason I came up. I've been listening for a couple of hours and don't think it's anything other than that. We can take a bet now, IRGC, about whatever time it takes, because I think Parliament comes back on the 13th of May. Within a week, a couple of weeks, they're going to be, oh my God, Iran's such a terrorist organized country. They're supporting terrorists and this group. By the way, that group, no one has heard of it. It's literally just come out when the 4 ambulances
But the
came out.
more important thing about, not the more important thing, but another linked issue with that is not only about the IRGC being designated, it's, if you see what's happening with anyone who stood with Palestine, so it's anyone who stands against, you don't even have to stand with Iran, but if you stand against this war, they'll start calling you IRGC. And so that's a way of, again, trying to use the full force of the British system and legal system and to put people behind bars is basically what they're trying to do as well.
Yeah, and so just to be absolutely clear, a friend of mine, Mohammed Reza, last Wednesday got stabbed 15 times. He was slashed by someone who has had a Stanley knife and another guy that had another Stanley knife, and the Stanley knife was added to a stick. The guy who got stabbed, Mohammed Reza, was actually a person who, during the 12-day war, there was an event that took place where someone climbed up to the wall of the embassy, took down the Iranian flag, and the person that took down the Iranian flag was a guy called Vahid Nadafard, and he was one of the 2 people that stabbed, what's his name, that stabbed Mohammed Reza. Just to put into a bit more context for you as well, the second person who was involved in this attack is a person who has been in the country 2 months. 2 months. He was staying at a hostel, like an asylum hostel in by Heathrow Airport. So he should have no context whatsoever. And yet he came to this event. On top of that, he's also been recognized, the second one, who was the asylum seeker. So only a month after he's arrived in the country, and he looks like an able-bodied person. Yeah, when you look at him, he was the one that was wearing the leather jacket sort of thing, the brown of because they all try and wear black clothes and black hats to make themselves look identical, so they can recognize each other in a crowd. So when they start attacking people, that's just a gang culture thing that existed in London. It's always been, it's like you wear your colors into combat, and that's one of the things they do is wear all black. So this guy a month ago had gone to what's it called, to the Islamic Center of Iran, which is where the Iranian government sort of has a charity, the IHRC something or another. And there was a social influencer there called Parnia. She was being targeted by this group because she had like 2 million followers on TikTok, 250,000 followers on Instagram. And he was trying to get her to come and walk away in a way like, I've got something to tell you from the people back home and blah, blah, blah. And he's trying to get her to walk away from the other people. 2 of the guys who were there just turned around and had a really bad feeling. And they kept saying to her, you need to stay here. We need you here to help us with X, Y, and Z. But that was the guy that had a Stanley blade added, like had a stick with a Stanley blade added to it. And the 2 of these guys, just so we're absolutely clear, Mohammed Reza was walking away from the event and they came up behind him. The guy with the Stanley knife that was added onto a stick had his hood up, had a camera in his left hand and a piece of stick with the Stanley blade on it, and was filming him and cut him from behind. They both cut him from behind. If you look at the videos or the pictures, he's got 2 slashes to his back. And he said, all I felt was like a burning sensation in my back. I turned around and looked, and he saw 2 guys, and he saw the guy with the camera. He pulled his camera out and had a confrontation with them. And they just went towards him with knives and attacked him. And he just put his phone away. And so I've seen the recording of him basically putting the phone away, seeing those guys. And there's this thing, I don't know if you've seen it or not, but in Iran, they've got this effectively what they call a ritual humiliation. When someone stands there and goes, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, the police in Iran take you after they've got you and they shave your hair off, put your prison clothes on, and get you to look at the videos of the things you've done wrong, and they turn around and get you to say, "Go khordam." Go khordam means I eat shit, and that's the ritual humiliation. What these two guys were hoping to do was, and there was a third person that was filming as well. The person with the camera who did the stabbing with the stick was trying to get him to humiliate Mohammed Reza, to scare him, and was hoping that Mohammed Reza would turn around and say, "Please don't attack me, don't do this, that, and the other." And instead, he went for them. He attacked the pair of them. So it's a ritual humiliation as well as a stabbing. And he ended up getting stabbed, cut 15 times, and his stomach was opened up for about 20 centimeters at the front. His back had 4 slashes, which are about 7 or 8 centimeters. His left arm has been cut with a tendon that stopped his left small finger from working. He had an operation on Monday to fix that. He had a platinum put into, or metal put into his right thumb to fix that, because that was cut as well. He was absolutely cut to pieces. And you know what? All of the things I've told you, there was no mention in Sky News, there was no mention in Reuters, no mention in CNN, no mention on the BBC. 2 Jewish people get stabbed, and we don't know what their wounds are whatsoever. There are 4 articles from each one of these people, and that was at 11:19 the event took place. By 4 o'clock, CNN, which is an international broadcaster, had picked up on this and was Jewish man victim, terrorism, and the police declare it a terrorist thing. When Mohammed Reza, with the wounds that he's got, Metropolitan Police did not call it a terrorist incident. It had no coverage in any news, not a single one, not BBC, ITV, nothing. That's the 2-tier country that we live in when it comes to violence. Because if you're Jewish, you're definitely special. If you're not Jewish, you get to suffer. And I'll shut up. And that's it.
Yeah, I definitely think this is a false flag in order to manufacture consent. And it's worth talking about that to make people aware of what's going on. Simon, a
Do we know
question.
about this? Just before you, Suleiman, sorry. Do we know about this Somalian guy? Was he born in the UK or did he come from Somalia, like when he was young?
The claimant he's born in Somalia, I just read one article.
Yeah. So the reason I'm asking that is because
Has you cut
Hello?
off as me?
We lost her.
I think I
oh, sorry. Yeah, my mic got
I
muted
thought,
again.
oh, damn. I don't know if that's got continue.
Well, but the reason I ask that is because it's really sad to say this, to be honest, but the Somalian community in London, there isn't any of the people that I've ever known in the families that I've known where they've not had at least one of the males in the family, be it the girl that I know, her brother or her cousin or whatever, who's not been to prison for some sort of violent crime. And the reason for that, I believe, right, haven't spoken to them at length, is because in Somalia, these families witnessed horrific crimes. I mean, it's a war-torn country. You know, people watch one of the girls I was speaking to, she was actually trying to become a model in London, and I was quite ignorant about what was going on in Somalia at the time. And I said to her, like, what's it like out there and stuff? And she started telling me, and she had tears in her eyes, and she literally watched her dad get mashed up with a machete and like be killed in front of her. And she said that was the norm. So then what they do is they bring these families over here, right? Our government does, but they don't give them any rehabilitation. So these young boys that come here, they don't know English. They're put in the same age group as other English kids, in the same schools as other English kids, not knowing the language, not getting any additional help, not getting any psychiatric help. And that is a community that is very easy to infiltrate by the intelligence services. And I know this because I've spoken to them in the past. I don't know about this incident that's happened today and this guy, but I'm talking about what I've spoken to them about over the last 10 years. And what happens is the intelligence agency will go to them. Either they'll have a crime over them, either they'll caught them with drugs. Most of them are on some sort of drugs, right? Either just like they're always high on weed or whatever else, or they're dealing it or whatever else, because they don't fit in the education system. They've got no prospects, they've got no jobs, they've got nothing, right? And I'm talking about specifically the young guys. So the intelligence agencies will target them. They'll either target them because their families applying for residency, asylum, whatever, or they'll target them because they've been caught with some crime and therefore you can get let off. You need to go into the mosque. You need to spy for us. You need to do this. They are the obvious targets, and the intelligence agencies are all over them. So this is why I asked you about this
But
guy.
you
Was he
only
brought
mean
here?
some, right?
Beatrice,
It's not, you
can I
don't mean the
jump in
whole
for that?
community there, obviously.
Beatrice, can I just
You
Yeah,
say
only,
to
just sorry. So I just want to see what did you say, Suleiman? And then yeah, you jump in after that.
yeah,
Which
you only mean some of them, right? You don't mean the whole community. That would be just ridiculous.
I'm saying I'm not. What do you mean when I'm saying some of them? I'm saying the community is an easy target for intelligence services.
So I mean, if you look at in the UK, it's not like there's a huge amount of these extremist attacks by Somalis. You're talking about a few incidences. So Somalis as a whole, yeah, they
No, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm not saying the Somalis go out and do these attacks. What I'm saying is they're an easy target for intelligence services. So not necessarily for these kind of attacks, but they're the kind of people that they'll say, we want you to go into the mosque and spy. We want you to do this for us. We want you to do that. We want you to snitch on your neighbors for us. That kind of thing. They'll try it anywhere they can. And that's an easy target for them to sow discord within that community. Do you know what I mean? I don't know about today's attack.
so
yeah,
can I just
I don't
jump in
know.
and say that
I think I think that happens in all communities.
my
Any
experience.
socially deprived community or any of these kind of things, they try and do that infiltrate.
Sorry, that was supposed to be 100. Yeah, I agree.
So
How's jumping?
what I wanted to say to you, my personal experience of the Somali community, and this is coming from my time as National Election Coordinator for the Workers' Party, where I ended up working with the Somali community in West London, in the, you know, far West London area. They were an amazing community of people. They were very, religious people, and I didn't see problems with the people that I came across. And as a whole, I'm saying they may have some bad apples, but the majority of the Muslim community, the
Everyone
Somali
has bad
Muslim,
apples.
yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. But the Somali
I spent
community,
a whole decade teaching and educating the Somali community from a very socially deprived area, probably less than a decade, but from a socially economic deprived area. And I don't see them as any different to any other community. Obviously,
exactly.
having taught poor Somalis, poor Pakistanis, and poor white people, um, poor people are poor. They just act in the exact same manner. They don't have as many opportunities, so you get a big flavor of people from all those communities.
That's exactly what I'm trying to say. I don't see them any different. It's the same as every other community that's come over here and trying to integrate.
My experience, I'm just sharing my experience from the families that I've known in London, and they come from a war-torn country, which makes them significantly different from, and the crimes that happen in Somalia that they have witnessed is significantly different to any other country that, migrants that come from any other country. And I just cannot dismiss, and it's my assessment, I have not looked at any studies or anything, because they get no help whatsoever from our government over here, zero help. They're just left with that trauma that they come over, especially the young kids, and they're just dumped into school with normal kids. I don't think I don't think they find a way out of that. And some of them have found a way out of that. The ones that I know that have found a way out of that, ironically, has been after they've been to prison. They've come out a completely changed person. They've come out, realizing the wrongs that they've done, and they've become model citizens
Are they
that would
Somalis
make
or
us proud.
Somaliland, Beatrice? There's
I'm
a
talking about
slightly,
Somalia.
yeah, okay, because that's been divided into Somaliland as well, yeah?
I'm talking about Somalia, as in Mogadishu, Somalia.
Okay, fair enough.
I know what I'm talking about, Hoz. I've
I
befriended these
know, I
people. I've
know, I know.
known, yeah.
I know that the other ones were Somaliland people are the ones who are now working with Israelis, and there was a major little war between them,
Oh
and
no,
they've
no, these
done.
people do not work with Israelis or anything. They just need help, Hos. They're not bad people. What you said about the community is spot on. They're beautiful, they're welcoming, they're warm and stuff. But it's horrific that they're brought into this country and given zero help, zero rehabilitation, zero anything. They just need a bit of guidance. That's all it is. They
Yeah.
don't work with
Also,
Israelis. They don't believe in Zionism. They don't believe any of that. They're completely on the ideology that what Israel's doing they're not on that at all. They're on the right side in that sense.
Beatrice here and Suleiman and Hassan here in the U.S. in the Somali community up there in Minnesota, they have been, and just stating historically in the past decade, historically they've been noted as being extremely difficult to assimilate into American or Western culture. And this is from many posts I've read from a dear friend of mine who lives up in that area. And again, we're not judging. I'm just saying assimilating into Western culture up there in that enclave up in Minnesota. Just tossing that in there.
But do you agree they're the funniest fuckers in the world when it came to the meme war?
To me, Hassan,
Yeah, on
yeah,
that
please
one as well,
elaborate. Or,
Andrew. I just disagree.
That meme war was hilarious
Yeah,
against Trump.
it's not just about the meme war. It's that, yeah, what happened was some people went into the Somali community to highlight some of the crime that some of them had committed. Most of that, which that Nick Shirley came out with, was actually fake news. Nick Shirley, who went to Israel weeks, months before he went there, and for example, there was many instances. For example, what's that guy's name? Tyler. Someone went to the Jewish community in New York, and that didn't get the same type of headlines. I wrote about that as well. And it's not just the Jewish community, it's not just the Somali community. People commit crimes. And I think what happens is when you want to demonize someone, you'll specifically go directly and to that community and make it look like they're doing more extravagant crimes compared to anybody else. So I don't agree with that as well. I think it's a holistic issue. People commit crimes, and poor people, unfortunately, what happens is everyone commits crimes, but the crimes that poor people commit, it becomes a lot more like it's not accepted as much. Whereas when rich people commit much more worse crimes, people accept it because they're considered white collar crimes, and that's literally the only difference I see about these things.
Yeah, I agree with
That's
that.
yeah. Let's go. Let's bring the conversation back to Iran because it kind of went a bit off there. Let's bring it to. So before I had a question for Simon before, but then well, I forgot what the question. I had a question for Simon. Simon, the question to you is about right now the price is 122, right? For you, you don't really do you not look at the price in terms of it going up? It's just that whether it stays above 150, or how do you see it?
Yeah, I mean, this is the territory. 30-year yield is about to hit 5%, 100 over 120. In the next week, you'll get a taco. There'll be a radical change in rhetoric. These are the prices where drastic action needs to be taken. It's the combination of the bonds and the oil. But yeah, if it goes up to 150, then expect a faster extreme change in narrative. He has to rescue the markets here. He's got to say something. You can't have a blowout above 5% for a week.
Yeah, the only thing I don't get is why did he blow the market up if it's just about markets? Unless he put a long on himself just to make another few million or tens of millions or billions or wherever. But then he's gonna have to make a move to decrease it as well. Does that make sense?
Yeah, which makes me think that this is leading to, a final act. Um,
But the
and
final act would increase the price as well.
yeah, it will increase the price, and then once you get the announcement, it decreases it. Um,
I mean,
and it
once
has to be,
once
it has to
what?
be pretty extreme.
Yeah, once you
I'll
get a
speak to
deal,
that.
the
I'm going
price
now,
will.
guys. Thank you for letting me up.
Okay,
Thanks, Toss.
Take care, guys. Bye, guys.
okay. So I was saying that the problem is that once the price escalates, and then when you have significant escalation of the price, right now it's already 122, I think, at 120 we just looked at. If there was to be kinetic warfare, you're looking at easily going above 140, 150, maybe more. And then you would need something drastic to drop it down. And
Yeah.
what
Implies it
that,
has to be quick. Can't be anything other than a quick action.
well, he said that today, didn't he? He said they want a short, um, short banking bombing campaign. So he did say
Okay.
that.
Are we getting like yeah? So
He said that
um
today, yeah. But
oh, that's
I
cool.
guess I'm trying to, sorry.
Go on, Salman.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to like what I'm trying to understand is once the price goes above, like, let's say 150, 150, 160, whatever it is. I remember some people saying that, like, that's it, like things are broken anyway, like then it doesn't matter. And the second thing about that is, once, if they were to have some kind of full resolution, and actually, no, question on that is, first question, what happens if they then go back to like a ceasefire, not a complete end, but a ceasefire? Will the prices just drop loads, or like what would happen?
Yeah, I think so. They won't drop loads. We'll still be in this these bounded escalation territories. So the lowest it's got throughout this whole saga is about 88, 90. But he can get it back down to 90 by making the world believe that there is if there's significant progress towards an agreement, and then you get the confirmation on the Iranian side, um, then you can get it back down, and you can buy more time, and you can say that this is we've got a ceasefire that involves a 30-day framework in order to iron out these details. Then you can keep the price of oil high, but not above the $120 mark. If you let it go rip above $160, he has to get it down very fast. It can't be above $160 for like a week and then stay up there in terms of the futures market. But in the global markets, people are actually paying that much for oil, which is why we've guaranteed this, the World Economic Forum narrative that is hitting our TV screens right now. So, you know, um, I'm kind of torn between whether he can do this for another month or so, or whether we're approaching the near term end. But either way, it's bounded escalation. It can never, like, yeah. You'll find. I'm confident that you'll find something that happens next week at the very, by the end of next week at the very latest, to get that yield back down again. Like we're right at danger territory now. This is when he has to change everything and do a drastic tackle.
Yeah, but then you're saying there won't be a tackle. You're saying there's going to be an escalation, but then after that there'll be a tackle, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you got to have a final act, he needs a Hollywood movie. He needs to bring it home. He needs to have his B-52 bomber and say that he took out the program.
Yeah, because at the moment everyone's saying he lost, right? And then if the but in the final situation, let's say there is a deal, an agreement. I'm guessing that would just cause the oil prices to completely capitulate and the stock market to just fly up, right?
Yeah, the stock market will reach new all-time highs. The yields will come down slightly. Oil prices will still be high, and then we just enter into our TV and propaganda campaigns. They'll basically be filming what's happening in Bangladesh and Cuba and everything, and say it's coming here. And we'll get probably about another 3 months of that, where and then they need a narrative that leads to the big printing exercise to save the disaster. That's what I think the next 6 months look like for us.
Yeah. Let's see. Tom, is there anything you want to add into the conversation?
Hey, Suleiman, how's it going, brother? Yeah, actually, a question for Simon about this before I
touch on something I wanted to touch on earlier. And the question is, Simon, don't you think these escalations meant to generate enough of an optics win for the Trump administration risk creating a response on the part of the Iranians that could be completely organic, unplanned, and unpredictable, that could lead to completely out of control escalation and consequences that would collapse the markets for years in ways that the Trump administration certainly hadn't necessarily wanted to see occur?
Well, again, it depends. Like I have a bit more of a radical view of what's happening here to most people on the stage. I believe that there are factions within Iran that are playing the game, and I know people are very offended by that. But I believe we've hit a stage where the current leadership is the future of Iran, and I think we've done everything that will. Everyone that was meant to be eliminated has been eliminated, and and now I think there needs to be a three-way narrative that preserves regional stability and everyone gets an off ramps. That's my personal belief. If it goes out in another uncontrolled escalation cycle, then maybe there's additional decapitation campaigns. But I don't think we're at that right now. But that's my best guess about what's actually happening here.
Cool, thanks. But let me ask you this: do you consider the last round of hostilities or exchanges, missile and drone exchanges, et cetera, do you consider that to have been, unlike the 12-day war, one that was definitely including some out of control escalation, or would you say that was all coordinated and according to the behind the scenes power structures plan as you understand it?
I think everything that's been destroyed is very strategic, and I think it has very specific goals, both across the Iranian side, the GCC side, and yeah, I think that it feels to me that there was a deliberate, energy crisis, and there was a deliberate, global reset type of territory. And to me, I think the greater powers, strategically within OPEC, within the financial industrial complex, within big oil, within the rebuild contracts, within Belt and Road Initiative, within those higher levels of power, I think that when we look back at everything that has been destroyed, I think you'll find that not too much of it was out of control, let's say.
I would tend to agree. The only area where I would tend to think that doesn't necessarily make a whole lot of sense is when it comes to some of the damage that was apparently done. If you look at some of the major big tech corporations, sites that were hit both in GCC countries and within Israel, and you take into account the fact that, let's assume it's true, the reports that are coming out that are leaking that Mossad headquarters was completely destroyed and they're operating out of the UAE or something now with some space loaned to Israeli intel guys. I mean, assuming all of that's true, then how do you explain that kind of destruction that would seem to be going against, this theory that everything that's been destroyed was essentially in the way of some bigger project that was slated for construction in the future
Because
or
I
something
because
along
I
those lines,
believe
if you
that
know what I mean?
yeah, I believe that there was also an operation to inflict unsustainable economic damage on Israel, loaded up with a high debt to GDP, pump all the value into the stock market, and decouple the economy from the key assets. And the end result of that is that Israel will be deeper vassalized into needing some distressed financing, and that money will probably come from Belt and Road, private financial industrial complex interest, and GCC capital. And the more that is acquired, the more Israel will change what it was. And it's not just going to be an outpost for testing military technology on the Palestinians, and it's no longer going to be a laboratory. and it's not going to be a force for destabilization for military profiteers, is my thesis. So Israel weaker,
If
Iran will need significant investment, which will integrate it into the Gulf and require Chinese funding and Western financial funding, which will be the rebuild contracts, and the same across the Gulf countries, and then a Palestinian state, and then a resolution to Lebanon side as well.
all right, cool. You answered the question I was about to ask, had to do with the two-state solution possibility being something that they're trying to kind of nudge hardliners within the Israeli power structure into accepting. There are aspects to your theory that definitely resonate with me as being true and being capable of explaining a lot of what we're seeing. There are other aspects of your theory that just don't seem to account for a lot of what's going on, but we can visit that on some other occasion, brother. There was one thing I wanted to chime in about that has to do with the conversation I was hearing, if it's all right with Suleiman, Beatrice, yourself, Simon, and Andrew, and everybody else here on the panel. I'll go ahead and do that.
What was
All
it,
right, I
Tom?
guess I'll go ahead until interrupted.
Yeah, what was?
Yeah. So yeah, no, I was, before I jumped into the conversation, I was just kind of winding down, and
Tom, you're
I was
breaking
looking
up. I
forward to
don't know if
enjoying the
it's just
show.
for
And
me. Is it breaking up for anybody else?
oh, is
No, no,
it?
it's fine.
Okay, let me see if I
Oh,
can do something
it's
about
fine for
that.
everybody else, Tom. It's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, Beatrice, thank you. So yeah, no, I was getting ready to enjoy the show as I usually do. And I heard somebody mention the third temple. And no, I'm not going to comment on that right now, but it's what got me to request a mic. And then the conversation kind of evolved, and I heard something else that I wanted to chime in on more. And, Simon mentioned how the highest level, biggest, or most successful people within corrupt Western power structures and governments tend to be scammers rather than true believers in the ideologies that they vehemently tout. And I tend to agree with that. And it happens far too often, no question. However, I have a theory about Trump's evolution, his evolution, spiritual awakening, if you want to call it that. And I'm joking, but I think what happened with Trump is that you had a guy who rightly understood that a hack or a trick to ascend rather quickly or at a rate and speed that others simply wouldn't be able to compete with in New York real estate was to cozy up to the Jewish community as they run New York, as they run New York real estate. And I think Trump did that very, very competently throughout his life, thinking that Jewish people, for the most part, don't necessarily take a lot of the beliefs that we read about in the Talmud or in the Torah to heart or very seriously, because in New York, for the most part, you'd be dealing with secular Jews, correct? Especially in the circles that Trump was within, or at least people that profess to be secular for the most part, and most of them are. However, I think Trump made the huge mistake of thinking that everybody within the Jewish community is, people he was probably interacting with in the social circles he was a part of. And I think upon reaching perhaps even his second term, I think he came to the realization that, whoa, these people don't take this as a joke. These people take this very seriously. And some of the most powerful and influential people in the world definitely have a very true belief in whatever spiritual or religious aspects of Jewish traditions and culture they happen to adhere to and believe in. So I think Trump found himself in the unusual position of realizing very late in life that a lot of the people that he's dealt with and allied himself with and cozied up to in order to ascend more rapidly in business than he would have been able to otherwise, as I see it, take these things very seriously, believe in them as much as he believes in money or the impact that stems from being able to buy influence, uh, you and that comes from the massive power that stems from having a ridiculous amount of purchasing power available to you. And so it's basically, I would say it's analogous to this. It's someone that's playing around with witchcraft, but doesn't take it seriously. They think it's a joke until they meet a grand master, an expert, or someone, one of those few people that actually knows how to make things like that work. And then they realize, whoa, I'm out of my depth here, and I've just got to play along. So I think Trump approached this thinking it's a like structure. It's similar to what we see in the movies and understand about the Italian mafia. It's similar. I can navigate this until he got close enough and was in a position that's important enough to the power structure, members of the power structure, for him to, by virtue of the position he's in, start to have to see a lot of the things that he probably didn't necessarily take seriously or to heart previously. And now he's kind of, I would tend to guess, between a rock and a hard place, because he's dealing with a lot of people that definitely adhere to certain ideologies and eschatological thinking and agendas and priorities that he thought was all a joke until he found himself in the position he's in the second term and probably came to the realization that, well, I better play ball because there are things here that I didn't understand. There are forces at play that I don't really know how to contend with, and I better just behave. That's what I believe is going on, Suleiman. Whether I'm right or wrong, that's what I believe is happening with Trump's, wake up to his, waking up to the fact that, he came in, he thought it was all a joke, and it's not. And these people very much believe in this stuff. That's what I think is going on
Thanks for
with
that.
Trump.
Appreciate it. I'm reading the chat, they've been a bit brutal. So let me just read this. This is something that is being claimed as the situation. And then Simon, I got a question for you. Vladimir Putin has warned Trump and Netanyahu in separate phone calls to exercise extreme caution regarding the launch of a new military attack on Iran. Netanyahu intends to speak with Trump by phone soon. Netanyahu will push for a start of a military attack in light of the alleged deadlock in negotiation. Miriam Edelson, a key influential figure among the New York Jewish community, is the prime instigator urging Trump to initiate a new conflict. Edelson has argued that a new military attack will break the deadlock in negotiations. In its latest proposal, Iran has set aside the nuclear issue and is demanding the lifting of sanctions, along with compensation and reparations in exchange for allowing ships to pass through the Strait of Hormuz with tolls. Trump is uncertain about the domestic political consequences of a new war, but fears the anger of the New York Jewish community even more. Iran assesses the whole situation as being on the brink of conflict. So that's just something interesting to know. Simon, question to you. Did you see the meeting that happened between Pakistan, Iran, and Russia?
I just caught the highlights, didn't really
What's
see the whole
your,
thing.
have you got any kind of view on what that meeting was about in terms of specifics?
Not really. I think whenever you see things publicly, it's for optical. I mean, so much of geopolitics is just optics. I think their whole conversations, like when they have when leaders have face to face meetings, it's because they've already decided what they're trying to project, and then they meet to just project it. I don't think they go have meetings and then that they resolve stuff in those meetings. I think they continually communicate, and then once they've decided what's actually happening, they say, "All right, let's do the photo op. Let's do the optics," and then everyone can speculate around what this actually means.
Yeah, I agree with that. But and I guess I'm trying to ask what, because it is quite big that Putin would go and have that meeting. Um, so
Yeah,
this
it
is
feels like we. To me, it feels like anyway, energetically, it feels like we're creating a scenario where everyone has an off ramps because the players that were involved, were so big. I mean, let's face it. At the end of the day, it's just Russia, China, America, and everyone else is kind of, that's the real optics. So once you start playing those optic games, what's China going to do? What's Russia going to do? What's America going to do? You're leading up to okay. This was a bigger game than we imagined, and we need to prevent World War III. And everyone's got their off ramp narrative.
oh yeah. Arcot, thanks for joining us. Hope you're doing well. Give us your thoughts.
Art Cats, can you hear Suleiman? I think he's disappeared, Suleiman.
It's probably fell
Um,
asleep.
Yeah. Simon, when you were talking about these like the photo ops or whatever, colloquially speaking, that are arranged, I felt that whole drama situation when, I don't know when it was because I'm not really followed it that closely anymore. I just find it a bit tiresome. These in the initial days when this Iran war first started, I'd say in the first few days I was reading all their statements and Iran said this and stuff, and now it's just like it's just becoming cliche narratives on all sides. But when they went to Pakistan, but then they didn't meet, and somebody came up today and said, I don't know if this is true or not, but he said, who's some sort of author, and he said, oh, when Iran came to Pakistan a few days ago, the American delegation was sat, he said, literally said this on the plane, on the tarmac. And then Pakistan said that Iran didn't want to meet them. And then they left and stuff because Iraqi went to Pakistan, left, and then literally went back again a day or two later. And I feel like that's all just part of the optics to keep people hooked in to whatever when it's all kind of, I don't know, it's just like, it just doesn't feel real to me anymore. I'm more focused on literally what's going to happen to all of us and the impact this is going to have on us because Trump is employed to deliver this and he is delivering this.
Yeah. If I were Iran and I knew that we were getting towards a deal, and I knew that there was going to be no regime change in terms of the IRGC, and there was going to be a more pragmatic change, um, then I think it's very important that I maintain the optics of America's begging us for these meetings and vice versa. I'm not just saying this on the Iranian side, that's the same on the American side. And so I think both of them need to play that game. I think the Iranian people, because when the deal is actually done, this is going to be a big shock to a lot of people. And so they need to see the perception that the alternative was like World War III and, oh, the Chinese came in or the Russians came in or we had no choice but, for our allies. And we didn't have any meetings with the Americans. I think it's all a game. And I think part of what you have to preserve is that you fought hard and they were begging you and you won. Think about the off ramps from the Iran Iraq war. Like Khomeini had to, like, you have to, at the end of it, you have to have, okay, it was a stalemate, but this is why we did it. And that has to be a stabilizing narrative. And so I think that's part of it. Like, that's how I see it anyway.
Yeah, and do you know what? It's interesting you say that because the thing I find is the first thing you said is that they've both got to keep that they're begging us for a deal to try to because when the deal is announced they're going to have to their supporters, their citizens, they're going to have to sell it to them. The thing is that America's credibility, or Trump has damaged America's credibility. I'm talking on a political scale from the leadership to such a degree that it doesn't work when they say that. It just really doesn't work. People are still believing Iran when they say it. We told America we're not meeting them, we're not going to do a deal with them, but they just do not believe America. So Trump's really delivering.
Yeah, I think Trump just speaks to I think his audience is the person that's got 3 jobs that is completely distraught and believes, oh, we've got the oil, we're taking on the world, we're taking on China. Again, I don't like to use words because I think it's the wrong word. If you're a person that is just surviving and you got like 2 to 3 jobs and you've been brainwashed by like the narrative, and you're like the type of person that's in the queue type of thing, and you think that Trump's like a covert operation that's taking down the system. I think he's just talking to those now, and the other people that are actually following this along, he's not talking to them anymore. And again, I don't think he cares. Like he's he has made billions of dollars just in the deals that I know of, let alone the deals I don't know about. Like the crypto scams that he's done is billions and billions of dollars. Like he has significantly changed his net worth of the family, and they're crushing it. And his real power, he's talking to those people, but the real people he works for is the people that benefit from this crisis, and he's delivering for them. The Palantirs, the big oil companies, the Chevron executives, the Gulf countries where he's got all those quid pro quo deals, the Israeli elites that are also making shit tons of money with him. Those are who he works for, and he's delivering for them. The military executives, the tech bros. He's delivering for them everything that they paid for. He's speaking to the lowest denominated QTOD. Again, and the rest of them, they're not going to vote for Trump, and he doesn't care because he's cashing in. His job was to get rich. And I know people are like, no, he's a billionaire. He doesn't need the money. No, he had a billionaire net worth, but there's a difference between net worth and real money. Like he's made money with real cold hard Bitcoin cryptocurrency that comes with no strings attached. That's real money. We're talking billions from bribes from UAE, a multi $5 billion fund with Affinity Capital, like the meme coins where he extracted 75% of the token sale value, the Bitcoin mining operations that he set up. That's cold, hard, no strings attached cash. He's now a paper, unleveraged, high net worth billionaire. And I don't think he was before. I think he was leveraged to the till in mafia networks in real estate. So he's set his family up. He's pardoned himself of whatever debt he needed to pardon himself with. He's built a network of gangsters that he's pardoned, and he's delivered for elites. And I don't think he gives a damn about what happens in the midterm election. Like, there's just a little bit of PR, like to make people think I care. But I think Trump, the cartoon character on the TV, is not the real Trump. I think he's still playing "You're Fired" or whatever. He's still playing a character.
So yeah, you know what? You're right. And do you know what concerns me, Simon, is that Iran is strong. It has alliance with China, with Oman, with Russia. It's got its people behind it. Despite the hardship, the sanctions, whatever else it's been through over the decades, it's quite astute in its grounding, right? Um, I'm really concerned that when this is over and the deal is announced, that Trump's going to go after Cuba, and Cuba doesn't have any of that. And they're literally going to do a Venezuela on Cuba, and the Cuban people deserve better. And I think there's nothing to stop him doing it. And I don't see the American people being as outraged at the thought of Cuba, and they weren't as outraged at what happened in Venezuela as they are about Iran.
Yeah,
And for me, that
Cuba's
just makes me sick.
if you look at the footage from Cuba, there are people in hospitals. There are people that are staying at home right now. They've got no energy. The hospitals have run out of energy, and there are people dying in their homes. Cuba's a beta test for what they're going to do in the poverty-strict countries over the next 60 days to 3 months as a result of this global reset. Cuba was just all right, let's beta test what happens when you restrict a country of all of its energy. So they took out Venezuela, and then they made sure that the Venezuelan oil didn't get to Cuba. And now they're just stuck on biofuels and whatever domestic energy programs. Like they're literally taking cooking oil, recycling it and turning it into biofuels in order to power like 10% of the hospital to keep it open. What's happening in Cuba is what they were beta testing for what they're going to be doing over the next 3 months in the poorest countries. And it's going to be a ginormous wealth transfer upwards. Like that's what I think it is. Now, whether he needs to take a victory, but sadly, the Central and South America and Europe, I've always said, and domestic terrorism, manufactured domestic terrorism, is how the military is going to make up for lost profits in its own territory. So it's all coming home. Everything they've terrorized the world with is coming back home. And that's what I think Cuba's about.
But when you say it's coming back home, they're terrorizing Cuba now. Cuba's done nothing to anybody, Simon. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but they managed to, through the Venezuelan corridor, they managed to beta test and simulate what it's like when you cut off a country of its energy. And I think it was a simulation of what's going to happen to a bunch of other countries that aren't going to be receiving their energy. They didn't do nothing, but they got the narrative, right? We're taking on the commies.
Yeah, it is. It is that. I mean, I remember before the genocide, when we used to do normal spaces, the amount of Americans that used to come up that hated Cuba. And I spent time in Cuba, and it's lovely, and the people are lovely, and despite all the sanctions and everything, it's a really warm, welcoming place. And I'd say, why do you hate Cuba? Oh, it's communist. I was like, so, A, what do you mean it's communist? They didn't have an answer for that because they don't know beyond it's communist. And I'd say, and let's say what you say is true, even though you don't know what communism is. Even if it is communist, how has that harmed you in any way? What has it done to you? But they're literally indoctrinated with that hate Cuba, and therefore this is going to be okay with them, and this is what I'm really concerned about. Horrific. I just think it's horrific. These are going to be more war crimes that are going to be whitewashed, and I'm
They
really looking
need
at that.
they need a new laboratory, right? If the Palestinian laboratory comes to a different phase, then they need a new laboratory for testing all their surveillance technology and Palantir shit. Because before you bring it home, you need to do the most illegal stuff on another theater. So Central and South America is their lawless part because they no longer have if they don't have the other places, and then they beta test it in Europe and UK, and then they bring it home. Is kind of what I'm seeing.
Yeah, somebody's asked on YouTube, SWFL Box says, Beatrix, will they build refineries in Cuba for Venezuelan oil? I don't know. I don't know. To be honest, if they will or not. But I think what you're saying, Simon, makes sense. They will probably test all that in Cuba. Because recently Trump lifted some sanctions on Cuba, and I went and had a look at that. And actually, all he's done is there are some Zio kind of anti-Cuban Cubans who support Trump. They're like the monarchists of Cuba, and it's only lifted the sanctions on their organizations, like in terms of allowing energy to their specific companies, not for Cubans. And what you said, Simon, that's true. There were literally babies that were in intensive care, and entire hospitals had no energy whatsoever. They had nothing. People were dying. People were left to die.
Yeah, remember over the next 20 years, like I know people, it's become a bit of a cartoon, but it does feel like a lot of countries are preparing for a peak oil, which means that you need to make a transition to alternative energy sources. And so I think they're optimizing the price in this peak oil while they start building out all the alternative energy things, and I think that we're already there. Every country, if you want to interpret nationalism, is going to be the countries that have energy are going to be hoarding their energy and work, and the rest of the countries are going to be working on their renewables alternatives, whether it's nuclear, wind, hydro, solar. And it's just portfolio management. If you're BlackRock and you know you're headed to peak oil, you create maximum profits for the energy that's left, and then you manage your portfolio to create distress in countries where they have to purchase many renewable energy, and then you, in the meantime, you get them hooked onto a LNG contract at these higher prices. Like, to me, it's just basic for a BlackRock portfolio. It's just basic portfolio management for them.
Ruled by the mafia.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Can I jump in?
Andy. Yeah, jump in, Andy.
Yeah, what's just going on in Cuba is awful, and there's almost no coverage because I think they're intentionally censoring it. I only see some. They had a vote to try to block Trump from doing it, and it failed in the Senate, of course, because we know Trump's going to do that and try to spin that as a victory. There's no interest in it. Trump can't even spin this as, oh, we're getting oil. It's all about, as Simon said, testing out illegal technologies, and Trump's going to obviously build resorts there to enrich his family. That's simply what this is about, and it's been Marco Rubio's fantasy for his entire life, so that's another angle there. So Marco Rubio's gonna obviously get what he wants, and it's just unfortunate that people are suffering there because we cut off their energy. Like, if you're gonna go around and topple regimes, like, you can at least do that with, not that it's right to do that, but at least do it without making thousands of people die from energy shortages. Like, it's just completely corrupt and wrong. And going back to the Iran war, I know Simon's saying that there's going to be a deal soon, but I mean, I'm not saying he's wrong. I mean, but I could also see this just dragging out for a while, because if it starts again with the US attacking, I don't know if Iran is going to stop again. I do not know if they're going to stop until they think their objectives are met. So if the US crosses that threshold, I think it's going to go a lot longer than 40 days, and that will completely destroy the markets, just because Iran's not going to just stop again for some fake negotiations, I don't think, and then get attacked, what, third time? Fourth time if you count the 12-day war. So, yeah, that's the, if the U.S. crosses that threshold and actually strikes them, strikes targets inside Iran again, I think it's going to go a lot longer than 40 days. I don't think it's going to be some 5-year forever war type thing, but I could see it being like 3 months or something. And at that point, we're talking what, 200 a barrel oil? It's going to break everything. So it's going to get really ugly for the global economy, and we just have to be ready. And I think that is the end game, as Simon was maybe saying, to trigger this great reset. Use the Strait of Hormuz to collapse the global economy, and then do the you own nothing, be happy, 15-minute cities type thing.
Yeah, definitely. The second they're ready for us to see what's happening in Cuba, they'll use it. Do you remember COVID? Like, do you remember prior to COVID, they did all the China footage where they showed like these really aggressive lockdowns, and then they put it across BBC showing how like aggressive the Chinese lockdowns were. And so they were kind of prepping us for it, like what is to come. And then they did the whole thing of making Italy look like it was the Walking Dead, and like the hospitals were overwhelmed, and you had all the footage, and it really felt like, you know, the world is coming to an end. We're about to enter into a zombie apocalypse. The hospitals
Are
are all
you just
breaking down.
repeat? Are you just quoting Beatrix from that time? But do continue.
And do you know what, Simon, when you were saying that, I literally thought, I'm surprised Suleiman's not said something, because I remember footage, right, of Italy where they just had all these coffins. All you can see in the distance was coffins. And then they had a trajectory, and they were showing this graph with this line going up, and it was going steep. And I remember Piers Morgan was sharing it all. And then he started sharing the UK trajectory next to it and said, at this rate, we're going to be going steeper than Italy. And I was freaking out. It was literally like what you're describing, but I can't believe Suleiman chucked that in there as a low blow, Suleiman. It's a low blow.
No, but I remember it well. Like all of those, they had all those coffins, and they were like grandma. They tell the story of grandma who was locked in her house, and no one could go in and save her. And it was just like a absolute like you know, zombie apocalypse is how they were. And then they did the death counter, and then every day we were counting how many people are dying, and then it was going like exponential, and it was going into the millions, like everyone around us. And then we had, but guess what? You don't have the PPE equipment, you don't have the ventilators, And then we were all like, okay, we've all got to race. We've got to get the vaccine. We've got to get the ventilators. We've got to get the PPE equipment. Like, where do we get it from? And then Trump comes along and says, Operation Warp Speed. I am going to save the world. And we're going to get these, we're going to do a special operation. And anyone that doesn't get a vaccine, you're killing your grandma. You better stay at home and you better wait for your PPE equipment and you better inject yourself. They did the whole movie. So when we're ready to show what the consequences are, they'll just use Cuba. They'll just show the footage when they need us to be in that mode, and then they'll start putting the death counter on.
I don't see the US going into energy lockdown just because we do have a lot of energy, but Europe, I fear for because they don't have energy and they're going to be like, no, we can't buy Russian energy. We have to stand with Ukraine. So they're literally going to completely destroy
We got
Ukraine.
energy. We're just going to buy it from you. We're going to be buying it all from America, but they need they need the movie in between. They need to scare the shit out of us, and then we're going to sign a massive contract, and we're going to have all the energy we need because we're going to buy it from Chevron, Exxon, and the Americans are going to pay the bill. They're going to pay the inflation. You're going to pay the national debt. We're going to need the bailout. And then suddenly, Trump's going to save the day and tell us that we can buy our oil off Cheniere Energy and Golden Pass, and we'll pay it. And then the underclass won't be able to afford it, and they'll go into the eating and heating scenario again. And then suddenly, all the rents are going to go up, the mortgages are going to go up, the food prices are going to go up, the energy prices are going to go up. Yeah, we'll need a big bailout. Maybe the IMF comes in and does austerity and saves the day. Get ready for it. It's all coming.
You know
When do you
what,
think the
Andy?
Strait opens? I mean, I don't think it's opening till at earliest July, earliest.
By the way, America, you know you're exporting all your energy right now. You're not using it for Americans. Like you're literally taking these prices and you're doing record levels of exports right now. You're selling it to everyone else. You're not like preserving it. You're draining your strategic reserves.
Oh, is that the case, Simon? Because I was
Yep.
looking at this a few days ago. No, I think I was looking at it yesterday, but I wasn't looking at the latest figures, as in what's happening during this ceasefire. I was looking at, or during the 60-day war, I was looking at it, and it was apparently America sells like 50% of it. Are you saying they're now selling 100% of it?
Not 100%. You're
Like, you know what I mean? I'm not like, oh,
but
you're like, oh, it's
yeah.
90 some percent. I'm like,
But yeah,
actually.
they're choosing selling it to foreigners over domestic, and they are trying to create a jet fuel shortage and a trucker crisis within America as well. So you still got you're most likely to have the trucker and jet fuel side, and they're just going to be exporting into these high prices. They'll favor foreign sales over domestic preservation. That's exactly what's happening right now.
I mean, that makes sense. I got a question on that, but just before I do, guys, by the way, just to let you all know, we got Ryan Dawson coming on in half an hour, 25 minutes. And then tomorrow we've got two Iranian academics slash journalists, Hamid Gholamzadeh and Fawad Izadi. We've had him on before. He's good. And then we have Chris Martenson. He's an he's an oil energy specialist guy. So we're going to be talking about a lot of the stuff that we've been talking about with Simon. You should watch my interview with Simon. I thought it was pretty awesome, to be honest. Not to toot my own horn, but I think I did a really good job. And Simon, did a little bit here and there, but you got to watch it. You got to
Simon
watch
brings
it.
out the
Great,
best in
great
you,
interviewer.
Suleiman.
That's what.
Nah, you bring out the
Jokes.
best in him.
Nah, jokes. Simon was awesome in there. Lots of really good information. So you should definitely watch that interview.
He asked the
That's
best.
on
He asked the best questions.
the bestest question. Nobody asked questions like me. I asked the bestest questions through the
I'll
door.
give you that, Suleiman, actually. When I watch your interviews, when you ask the questions to like, even when you do the Geopol interviews, it
Yeah.
really on point. I'll
Oh,
give
you
you
know what I
that.
thought you were gonna say? I thought you were gonna say I was thinking about the same question, and then I already had a response to say, "Damn, if you were thinking about it, then it must be a really bad question." But
Oh
we
my
can go
God, I
down that
take that
road.
compliment right back. I wish I'd never given
Oh
it to you.
no, silly. No.
I love Andrew. Yeah, but Simon, yeah. So Chris, do you know Chris Matterson, Simon, or maybe he's not in your kind of sphere?
Yes, I've been he's got a podcast, right?
Yeah, it's called
Yeah.
Persistent something or something like that.
Yeah, I did I was on his podcast recently.
Oh, sweet, sweet. Yeah, so awesome. I will definitely watch that as well. But I'm gonna have him on in tomorrow, so that should be really good. So we got 2 p.m. Um, Oh, and I got a big debate as well. I can't reveal who it is because last time when I revealed it, people got to that person and said don't debate him. So we're not going to reveal it till it's almost like an hour or two before. But we got a the biggest debate I've ever done in terms of the person I'm debating. It's going to be Friday, 4 p.m. I'm not going to announce what it is yet. I'll announce it when it's. When should I announce it, Beatrix? Because obviously you want to advertise it as well. But
Yeah, so
you know what happened in
guys,
the last one, didn't you? Like people went to him and was like,
I know. And so what I'm going to say is, guys, if you're on YouTube, if you're on this X space right now, go to the two YouTube channels and make sure you put your bell icon on. So you'll get a notification. And I suspect we'll probably start the space if it's 4 p.m. Eastern. We'll probably start a space about 3 p.m. Eastern.
oh, are we
And
doing
we'll
the space before it?
yeah, too right. I'm going to sit on the space and listen to it. I ain't
Oh,
going to
I
listen.
wanted everybody to come to the YouTube though. Okay, we'll do the space at the same time then as
Or
well.
do you want to? Because okay, what we'll do is we'll do the space before it, and then everyone can go to YouTube, and we shut the space, right?
Or we can stream it on the space as well because I know there's most people don't. We'll decide tomorrow. We'll decide.
We'll decide. But what I'm going to say is, everybody, please set your notifications for both the YouTube channels because that's where you won't get an extra notification, but you'll get a notification there. And about 3 p.m. Friday, we'll go live, and that's where it'll be.
2 to 4 million barrels per day. So they're in a similar situation to Saudi in terms of their capacity, but the difference is that they've got a 90 million population, whereas Saudi's got a 35 million population. So Saudi will still be
Wait, I thought
king.
Saudi produces. I thought Saudi produces 7, 8 million. I thought Saudi produces 7 to 8 million, and the actual capacity is 10 million.
Yeah, so I think they were at 10 million, and then they've been able to try and they've been it's been restricted down. But the oil experts that I speak to, they're saying that at these prices, they're meeting all of the demand at these prices. So there's been demand destruction. So there are places that just won't pay these prices. And so apparently at $170 a barrel, which is the average across the world, from what they're saying, all of the demand has been met.
What do you mean all the demand's being met?
Well, if the price of oil is at $80, and the price of oil is $170, there's a lot less people willing to pay $170. So they either go into energy lockdowns or they look at alternative energy, or so at the price of $170 per barrel, apparently all the demand is being met. But the demand for oil at $170 is significantly less, which means that we're headed for recessions for the countries that are effectively consuming less oil, because that will have a big hit on industries.
Also, like one thing I have been thinking is like some of these countries, as long as you're producing about 30% reduced amount capacity, financially, the fact that you're making a lot more money kind of makes up for it. And then in the long term, at least you're reserving a lot of energy as well, right?
Exactly. I mean, if you're shipping half as many barrels at twice the price, you're in the same position. But then you can't
You're in a
just,
better position because you still got
yeah,
that.
less
You've still
cost.
got those barrels left.
Exactly, less cost. You got the barrels left. You're building your capacity, but then it's way more complicated than that, because as we've learned, there's like 50 different things that are exported that require the Strait of Hormuz, and then you've got like the propane gas and the helium and and then we go further and further down the chain. So I think oil is a big part of it, obviously, but it's only one part of it.
Interesting. Herc, did you want to add anything?
Yes, thanks, Suleiman. Beatrix asked, what has Cuba done to America? Well, quite frankly, they embarrassed the evil empire and were a recruitment
Smasher,
for.
Herc.
No, it's not really about that. It's putting it into perspective. Our evil empire has a long memory, unlike many Americans who forgot or never even learned that in 1898 we were tricked into becoming imperialists by William Randolph Hearst. Remember the Maine? It was actually a gas explosion that sank that ship, but they whipped up the frenzy of the population to attack Cuba, the Spanish, and we ended up taking Costa Rica and the Philippines. And fast forward to when Cuba was real life gangster, uh, that sent a message to other countries that they could uh, organize and overthrow their rulers. But of course, the Americans went back and destabilized every single Central American and South American society except Costa Rica. I'm sorry, I said Costa Rica earlier. It was Puerto Rico we inherited from the Spanish and the Philippines. Costa Rica dodged it by disbanding their army and attracting people like the Quakers to come build uh, a cosmopolitan type of environment that wasn't based around uh, government parasiting, fleecing the population. That's a bad message for the Americans to allow. That a country like Cuba, with its little resources, can get powerful allies like China and Russia. And now we're looking at it on a large scale. And that's why so many Americans are on the side of Iran right now, even a lot of them who won't admit it, because they see it as a battle of sovereignty.
You know, like even after the revolution, America tried to assassinate the leaders, and Castro. I remember there's a clip of Obama walking into some sports arena, and he's going up the stairs when he was president, that is. And there's a couple of dignitaries sat there, and I think Fidel Castro sat next to them. And the media's saying, "Oh, there goes Obama." And I was watching it live, right up the stairs, and he's shaking hands with those two. And the American media expected him to stop there, but he didn't. He shook hands with Fidel Castro, and that's it. The media was like, "Oh my God, he just shook hands with him." And oh my God. And I thought, well, that's such a nice thing to do. He's an elderly guy. Why would you not just give him that respect? I mean, the animosity, because Cuba taught the world that revolutions were possible. There's nothing wrong in that. Do you know what I mean? When I spent time on Cuba, the first time I went there, it was on a family cruise. It was a Caribbean cruise, and it stopped in Havana for a few nights. So I got to see it from a different perspective, but there was some warmth in the people. So then I went back just a few years ago over the winter. There was a program that went, but it was one of these programs where you had to live about 20 kilometers outside of Havana on a very basic camp with like just surrounded by farms, so you could go and help the farmers, and just really immerse yourself into Cuban life. And it was a very basic camp. I'm not joking when I say that. I mean, like, no hot water. They had a couple of solar panels. If you got up early enough, you could have a relatively warm shower. Otherwise, you just have to basically, and it wasn't a shower, it was a bucket, that kind of very basic. But I didn't care about the luxuries because I really wanted to experience Cuban life. And I spent 5 weeks there. And I loved the people. They've got genuinely like real principles, and then they took us to like the schools and the hospitals. Somebody was saying earlier on the YouTube chat about the advances in medicine that Cuba have done. Absolutely spot on. We got to go to the schools, we got to go to hospitals, we got to go to like centers where they like look after children who've got like Down syndrome and stuff. And funnily enough, it was only a couple of days ago, I was looking at this. I've got this beautiful woven kind of, it's not tablecloth, it's a decorative piece that the kids made by hand themselves. And when I was there, I loved it so much. I asked if I could buy it. And the charity said, "We don't sell what our children make. We won't sell it. It's not for money." And I was like, no, I totally understand. And I spent like a few hours with the kids there because I just got so attached to them. And at that time, I used to volunteer for a charity here in London, which was called MenCap, that used to look after Down syndrome kids. A couple of evenings a week, they used to, because a lot of these kids come from single parent families. So this charity used to just take them in London for a couple of evenings for a few hours so that the parents had a bit of downtime, and some me time. And so I had a real affinity with these kids in Cuba because they're the same everywhere. So when I was leaving, they gifted me this. They said, "We will gift it to you, but we'll never sell what our children make." And for me, that was phenomenal, just, and I treasure this. I absolutely treasure it. And like the people, they're so warm and lovely. And when we went to the school, one of the things, and it was during class time when we went, one of the things they said to us, I think it was the head or somebody I was speaking to, and they said, this, one of the things that America really has against us is they don't want us to teach real history in Cuba. And when I mean real history, it's real American history, real British history, the crimes, the empires, the bloodshed. They want us to change the narrative. And we won't do that because we want the truth to be instilled in our children about what is right and what is wrong. And then when I walked around the school and I spoke to some of the pupils, like the teenagers were like, "Yeah, we don't care about the hardship. We don't want the Levi's. We don't want the Coke. We don't want, we want to, we're Cuban and we're proud to be Cuban." And this was a really like, for me, they had a national pride that was worth having because it was based on principles. Um, it was just a phenomenal place. I don't know, I can't describe it. And To think that they're going, and don't get me wrong, there's poverty there, but I never saw one person begging. There's real hardship there, but I never saw one person begging on the street. It was just their way of life, and they just dealt with that. Um, whether they wore like broken sandals, whatever, it was just what it was, and they're Cuban, and they're proud to be Cuban.
Yeah, but the interesting thing, Beatrice, everywhere my daughter was just listening to you, and it's everywhere you go, you really, like you did in Lebanon, you get into the community, and it's really touching, powerful. What's interesting? Yeah, she was really moved by that. But what's fascinating about Cuba is what I think it was Henrik. What was it? Henrik was up there talking about the history. Remember the USS Maine. Excuse me. Excuse me. What is so incredible? The great irony that was the beginning of the Great White Fleet. We needed, when America first started exercising its global naval dominance, we had a severe problem. We did not have any remote coal stations. So we needed Cuba, we needed Puerto Rico, in all of that. We needed Guam, we needed the Philippines, and Spain was like, whoa, 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 we didn't do that. We didn't mine that harbor. It was a coal explosion, by the way. And so we said we declare war on Spain. We took over all those islands. We established coal stations. And that's when America first exercised its mighty power as a global naval power. And that's when we started to exceed and succeed the Royal Navy as a global naval power. Isn't it interesting now, 20 some years later, we come full circle. Now we're waning as a global power. We're now in this multipolar society, as Simon's laid out, we all talked about, and we come back to Cuba again. But this time, I think, bear with me in this, but and help me with this, but I think because of what we saw Iran's resistance, the moral resistance, I think more and more Americans are going to say, hey, whoa, wait a minute, what's going on here? I pray so, I hope so.
Andrew, give our love to your lovely daughter Sammy. Tell her we're really proud of her.
Will do. He just made her day. Will do.
Yeah, we're really.
Yeah, she's been
I just
moving.
need to make
She's
sure that
taken.
I'm
So,
trying to sort it out because I don't
she's
want
taken
people.
more of
I don't know how to
Suleiman's
block it where people
videos
don't
from
give
the archive,
donations
and
because
she
they're not
will
giving
be
me any of
doing
them. So I
another
don't want people's money
presentation
to
for a
be
school.
taken and given to
So you
the
are getting the word out, and
TikTok
please get more
people,
TikTok. She wants you
whether
back
it's
on TikTok.
China or America. Yeah, I'm gonna go back on. I just need to make sure so, guys, guess what? We're gonna be. Let me just quickly get. I don't know how to block it. We have Orion Dawson donations because they're not giving me any of them, so I don't want people's money to be that's gonna be taken and given to the. And we are gonna be moving across to the other channel, so that's good. Okay, let me just get this right, make sure I don't make a mistake on this. Make sure you don't make a mistake on it, Sulaiman. What was that? I said make sure you don't make a mistake on it. Right, okay, cool, yeah. So what's wait, that's weird, how's that working? But anyway, what I'm doing, okay, yeah, because it's behind. Okay, so what I'm doing is, guys, if you're on the YouTube, if one of the admin people can put on the if one of the admin people can put on the link for the other one, I should have done it myself. I was thinking I forgot something, and that was it. Give me 2 secs. The link for the Ryan Dawson interview, because we're going to move across to the other channel. Let me see if I can get it done before. I've done it. Oh my god, well done. Super fast. Okay, let's pin that. Beatrix, good job. Everyone can follow Beatrix's link. Also, the tweet is in the nest. You can follow that link as well. We're going across there. So if you're on the YouTube, I'm about to end the YouTube. So watch out for that. Yeah, YouTube is about to end.